right, bowlers, your lanes are coming on for practice. Good luck and good bowling.
gel tabs, they work faster. I took 4, I'm not even full. What letter are you? E? Elephant? E? Never mind, that's not the word I was reading it. Because I read child. That means you're getting late. I have a pill for that too.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to Centennial Lanes 2.0 in Tinley Park, Illinois. It's the last event, technically, of the 2025-2026 Elite Youth Tour season. When we return, there's no event in July, and when we come back in August, the new season will be underway. Elite Youth Tour essentially follows the USBC calendar, or the league season, if you will, calendar from August through July. So we close out this season in a new venue. And we appreciate the Woolley family, Miss Bev, Miss Bernie, and everybody here at Centennial Lanes 2.0, southwest suburbs of the Chicagoland area. As we take a look at 11 through 14, we'll have 15 through 18 a little bit as well. 15 through 18 right now in the right corner of your screen. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Riley Smith will be along for the ride a little bit in a minute. Riley, of course, the president of the Elite Youth Tour. Almost got a full staff here as these players get their final preparations in for the upcoming Junior Gold Championships, which will be in the Twin Cities and all across various centers in the Minneapolis, Minnesota area, including one of the best in the business in Cedarville Lanes. So shout out early to Brent Prentice. That's where all of the final shows will take place. High quality shot there from Sebastian Grupa. We've got Zach Johnson over there. Aiden Fincher is over there. Jessica Peavis, who had a come from behind victory last month over at Lakes Bowl. Brendan Olinger, Michael Caldwell, a couple of the players on 11 and 12, along with Quinn Thomas Banka. Amanda Brevard. A couple players who get a home game, if you will. We'll see Norray Jones. She started on the high end. She bowls Youth League here. Luke Switalski, the 20-time EYT champion. Completed his freshman season at Mount Mercy. This was his home bowling center. He came back to participate in the U23 division. Good morning to the Hopkins family. Of course, Bowl Metrics will be your place for scores. Those are pinned right now in the Facebook chat, and they will be pinned here momentarily on our YouTube channel. Pretty good start here from Michael Caldwell. 4 out of the first 5. Clean game, here for Mr. Bloom. That was a really good shot there. Wow. Yeah, that's worth a double take. Definitely worth a double take. A lot of urethane on this short lane condition. That should be an interesting transition as well with respect to urethane, and not a lot of usage, of course, for the Junior Gold Championships. You get into match play and shows as well. You can always use the lane condition as a guide. It's 2025 Junior Gold qualifying #1. This was used at the U12 boys, U15 girls, and the U18 girls from last year. Up 36 feet, 26.3 mils. 2.43 to 1 on both the left and the right side, so it is a symmetrical pattern. It's kind of buffed out to about 36 feet, but the high concentration of oil, of course, in the middle of the lane, it is flat, so when you do miss left, you anticipate your bowling ball to go left. I haven't seen a ton of people miss right yet, though, and that's generally one of the keys on a short lane condition. How much room do you have right? Now, I watched Nathan Noskow. He's over on 9 and 10 bowling in the U23 division. And he's someone who likes to play the lanes pretty straight. He had a little bit of surface, which makes plenty of sense on a short pattern. And I thought he had a little bit of bounce out there, but we'll see. Good morning to Dustin. Good morning to Mandy. Let's take a look at 17 and 18 here in a moment. Maybe full screen. I'm seeing a run. Split 6-bagger to start. A couple players kind of wheeling the lane. I'm looking around and seeing too. Please share the live stream if you have not. Appreciate that. A lot of big name players who normally compete on the Elite Youth Tour involved in this weekend's Lake Michigan Cup as well. So there's a lot of youth bowling going down. Good shot. I tell you, if you like to go left or you like to play in, I know it's early and typically you wouldn't want to see that on a short pattern in game one, because there's essentially nowhere else to go but further left. I haven't seen a lot of Storm concepts, and if you're unfamiliar with that piece of equipment, it is it's been a very, very good, for some people, I won't say all, but for some, a good urethane replacement for those who have been unable to either use it, depending on what they were bowling. Various tournaments, obviously USBC national events, for example. But with urethane certainly in play here, seeing some of the customary usage of, black hammers. I think a lot of youth players have gone with 78D urethane pieces of equipment too, just to allow themselves the flexibility. Where if you do bowl something that does allow 78D, you're good. Had a couple of finals, 204 on 13 and 14. The string did end over on 17 and 18, but there's 250 still out there. Lefty seeing a lot of hook. Peavis will close it out on 13 and 14. 189 to end it. Players are skipping one pair to the right. 5 games of competition for qualifying. Some players out there trying to figure out if, how far right can they get, and I think for some they can actually get to the gutter. Oh gosh, brutal A-pin to our left there from Dylan Balone. Two-pin aim almost came roaring back there for Mr. Thomas. Nice and easy this next door there for Nathan Oskal. See if Caldwell can close out this game. First one here puts him in the 2 teens. Can get to 227 max. Be curious to watch this pair specifically unfold with a decent amount of urethane going down the lane. Sometimes it can actually help a pattern stretch a little faster. players can utilize, some of that oil being pushed down. That's a good break. Olinger spare puts him at, or in the 140s. All right, 147 there for Brandon. $15 and $16 finishing up. Let's take a look at them full screen here. Alexander Eby just tossed a strike on the right lane, and he gave a nice little presentation, more of a recognition from his perspective. BVL is a big part of today. Also, they've offered a bowling ball to raffle the Bowling for Veterans link. They've done a great job. First of all, a fantastic organization from the start, but the last I would say season and a half, but they have been out and about. Marketing has been great, really driving home the message of Bowling the Veterans link, or Bowlers to Veterans link. And Alexander on his own has raised more than $10,000, just by raising money for the BVL fundraiser, creating his own fundraisers, and going to league and just asking for donations. He comes from a military family. He wants to help other families just like his. So shout out to Alexander. That was really cool to listen to this morning. Quick look here at Luke Switalski. He's got spare 7 back. And of course, as soon as we went on over there, Luke can get into the 240s. All right, just got enough of that. All right, let's keep it there for a little bit. Nathan Noskow over on the right side of your screen. Double here in the 10th puts him in the 250s. Great shot. So Nathan's going to be in the 240s. And Luke still with an opportunity to get into the 250s. Looks like 7 and 8's the only, I won't say it's the only group, but one of the groups maybe with 7 on a pair. And a good portion of our U23 participants. I saw 242 down on 17 and 18 in game 1. 246 going to be right now the high, and Luke can have the high game of game 1.
Lane assignments for
did finish with 258. That's more than likely the high game in the building. We do have some players into game 2. Let's take you over there. Everybody skips one pair to the right. One pair to the right. So for those of you who are looking for your favorite bowler, and if they didn't start in the live stream area, they will end up or finish the block more than likely in the live stream area. Phil giving our customary good morning. He also gave us, he and his wife Amy, the wonderful rendition of the national anthem this morning as well. And what was or is a home game for the Switalski family. And I would anticipate Luke to bowl well, not just because he's a very, very good player, but when you do bowl league or have bowled league here multiple times, it does help you, get a little inside track on certain pairs. He's also smart enough to know which pairs, I'm sure, in the building might be a little bit better than others. Leah Hopkins moves over to 9 and 10. Aiden Fincher was pretty excited about that shot right there. The spin move.
I know as soon as I want.
All right, looks like 11 and 12 is about ready to go. They're starting to get cooking over on 15 and 16 after a couple of tough plays on 17 and 18. A lot of mismakeables so far. That's the one thing for players too to get really going on, especially before junior gold. Oh, nice. It's a cool way to make a washout. Especially the 1-2-8-10. That's a rare, just kind of complete mismakeable there for Luke Switalski. Erica DeBello, Lillian Smith, Robert Scretny. Erica throws it pretty well. Some of the players even on her pair. So she's much further left. Let's see where Lillian Smith is. I'm curious if ball speed is playing a role. Although there are some short patterns where it just look like you can't play left at all. Ball hooks immediately. You can't get your ball through the front part of the lane on this pattern, it looks like. So that does help you when you have to create a little angle if you're moving left or if you decided to play left. Shot there from Josh. Well, you'll see Nathan here, and you saw just Dylan Balone, the strike in the third. Now, Oskal is going to be in his comfort zone all day.
Do you want this?
Looks gone high twice now. Okay, this is a pair that had a little bit of urethane thrown on it. But right now, it doesn't really look to be an issue. His ball has no trouble cornering. It's cornering a little too much. Big weekend for the Elite U Tour. Tomorrow is also UIT White Sox Day. Have a couple of players on the field tomorrow representing the U12 division. Landon Henderson will be out there, Xavier Martinez, and Samantha Ruffin. Shout out to Leslie Jo Majors, by the way, and her dad. Should be a fun day at the park, and it's a much different situation, specifically with the White Sox, because, well, it helps when your team is good. And that's what the White Sox are right now. They're good. They're fun to watch. They put up 22 runs, I think it was, last night. you joined us late, this is game 2 of 5 today here at the Elite U Tour. Shout out to Dexter Bowling, today's title sponsor of the Dexter Elite Open. Thanks to Dexter for their sponsorship. Thanks to all of our sponsors in the Elite U Tour. That includes Storm, Turbo, Gail Volschel, the H5G brands, Fast Track Physio. Also, shout out to the Ballard family and Ballard's Bowling Academy and Supply, who are donating or have offered and substantially donated some online coaching lessons to EYT champions, which is pretty cool. But yes, thank you, Dexter. This might be I won't call it the first time, but midstream that a sponsor says, hey, what's up? So thank you, Dexter. They're pretty active on social media too. And for the first time today, the president of the Elite U Tour is in the building with us. Not that he hasn't been here, but he hasn't been here when I've been here. And it's been a while since we've been in the building at the same time. So what's up, Riley?
Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
What's up, Emil? Good to see you. Always good to be a part of this. A good day for an EYT. And I guess I'm fortunate with my timing that Dexter Bowling chimed in. So huge thank you and shout out to Dexter there. As Emil just mentioned, the Dexter Elite Open. Without our supporters and sponsors, parents, families, and friends, you know, none of this is possible. We're just happy to be able to deliver this for about 90 youth bowlers today.
90 youth bowlers, and a good significant group kind of missing because there are so many bowlers participating in other events, including the Lake Michigan Cup. And that event alone has several Elite Youth Tour regulars, if you will, who participate. Good shot there from Lillian Smith on 11 and 12.
Yeah, just right off the bat, I think I want to mention, based on the number of bowlers we have, you're right, there's another big event going on. I just want to encourage, you know, if you're watching now or watching back on this, and remind everybody that we've got a couple of programs to encourage more involvement and participation. We've got a couple of things that you'll be able to see on our website, a couple of ways to get some bonus entries or free entries. You know, for example, if you bring in a couple of bowlers that haven't bowled the EYT before, that's a way that you could get a free entry. And there's other ways to get in there too, and just encourage participation. We're always trying to grow it, of course. We've got some pretty big divisions. I think U16 and U18 boys are over 20 bowlers today, each division, but then, you know, I think our U18 girls division is about 3 bowlers, and definitely want to grow and see if we can get more bowlers in certain age divisions. But just wanted to throw it out there as we were on that topic.
Well, this lane pattern is 36 feet. I will say what's surprising me so far, Riley, is the ability for some players to be able to play in. And I don't know if that's part of the pattern or the surface itself, but I was expecting to, if you miss left, it's so flat that it's going left immediately. That really hasn't been the case, and players have been able to create angle and kind of get their bowling balls through the front part of the lane. I would say with relative ease, it has to be just a complete miss for someone to really get in trouble if they are playing to the left early.
Yeah, that's a great observation that you've made. A couple of things that I've learned talking to some of the parents and kids that have actually bowled on this before, right? It's the 2025 #1 pattern that was used for U12 boys and girls, U15 girls, and the U18 girls, is that it was way harder in Green Bay where the actual event was held. And the comments that I heard was that the lane surfaces at that center there was a lot more friction. And as you mentioned, Emil, when you do see a ball, maybe a right-hander misses a little bit left of target, we're seeing a little bit of hold, but they said in Green Bay, the ball would take off, was not even close to possibly, being a strike and leaving splits at that time. So lane surface, a huge factor today that's making this pattern play way different than it did up in Green Bay. It's interesting too, the way the pattern is created. It's basically, if you look in the middle part of it, we've got a lot of dark blue. That's a lot of oil there. It's a kind of the shape of a normal, like traditional, maybe short pattern that we're used to seeing, you and me. But it's got a modern twist to it with just a massive flat square around the rest of it. So about 25 feet or so down lane is where that traditional characteristic of a short pattern graph stops. And then the next 10 feet, a big old square that just kind of surrounds it, right? It's like a big hug that the flat square is engulfing that short pattern. So it's really interesting to look at on a lane graph, not something that I'm used to seeing. And as we continue to just learn new things about oil and lane play and where to put the oil and all the stuff that John Janowitz and others are pioneering, it's a whole new era, I suppose, that we're entering, and I've got to do some of my own learning, which I'm excited to watch today to take that back for my own knowledge. But yeah, the way it's set up, there's an okay look. If you, in Luke Swatolski's case, in game 1 he shot 258. He's a little bit further right. He's actually, one of the biggest power players here with as far as revs and speed, but he's able to stay a little bit further right through the arrows. His break point is a similar spot to other bowlers that are actually a little bit further left than him. So being at 36 feet, you would traditionally think, I've got to be close to the gutter on this pattern. But that's not the way it is right now. We've seen some players maybe between the second and third arrow and find a line maybe 10 or 11 to 5. And then we've had a couple people left of that, maybe 14, 15, and then maybe 8 as their break point. So something that I'm learning today on this new kind of era of short patterns.
Dylan Balone is actually a good example. He's migrated back to the right. He started on 9 and 10, and he was a little further left, in fact, much further left. So already seeing players going to go from left to right, and then some from right to left as they continue to migrate, which would be quote-unquote normal.
That's interesting, the different type of styles that are out there, and it seems like any style could find their way to the pocket. I love to see that. Sometimes you get a pattern that's just dominated by a certain style, but it seems to be, at this point, well, it's game 2, middle of game 2. We'll see if anything transitions, but it seems like whatever style you've got, and also if you're righty or lefty, it seems like a pretty level playing field through the first game and a half. How much oil do we have out there? We've got 36 feet and 26.3 milliliters, so on the medium side. And we've got a 2.43 to 1 ratio. on the outside. On the middle part, like you mentioned, Emil, is flat, 1-to-1 ratio.
No wonder why it took us so much. How you going? 204 and 184. No wonder why it took so much. There's no reverse oil. That's why. Yeah, the floor oil makes it that big illusion. Short pattern in this middle part, and then they do a big top. Flat lock. That's a good start. Are you coming over here? Where am I? Either way, it's better. Either way, man. Either way.
All right, 10 frame next door. We'll take a peek at 15 and 16 as they finish up. Saw this group a little bit earlier with Michael Caldwell. Spare gets him to 202. Balone able to triple forward next door. 210 right now, high on 15 and 16. .210, 209, 201. The high scores on 15 and 16 as they wrap up competition. We'll go back to 11 through 14 here in a moment.
Shout out to you, Emil, on an awesome setup today. You've got a little glimpse, I think, of 7, 8, 9, and 10, and then what else? We got like 11 through 18 right now?
Yep.
Amazing.
Yeah, well.
That's amazing, man. I get stressed out just about putting one camera up.
I was here early. You know, it's funny. I guess from, you know, just from where I live, everything seems to be, and everything being general, about 30 minutes. Although this is technically closer than like Strike and Spare, like Lockport.
Yeah.
It's about 7 minutes closer, but it's still a good half hour or so. But I think just because I knew it was close, it's like, all right, I can get here a little earlier. You know, it's not an hour, of course, for drive for me, so it's that helps. Makes it a little bit easier to kind of get in. It also helps, even though this is our first time here, I did stop by yesterday test the internet. As I was laying down cable this morning, I was like, why didn't you lay this cable down yesterday when you came? But I brought my kids with me. So they were
That's why.
they were helping, and then they were also bowling. And so I wasn't really focused on like all the other things I could have prepared to do. I was just focused on checking the internet, finding power. And then this morning I was like, why didn't you run this cable yesterday?
That would have
while you
saved a
were
lot
here?
of time.
Yeah,
I was
like-
looking. It's a lot of cable that you had to run today. It's not too far from the power and the internet. It doesn't seem like, right? Just over the counter,
No,
but
yeah, just over the counter.
but you've got to spread it all the way across these 11 lanes or so.
I want to thank Bernie as well, who is the daughter of Bev. They have a great center here. They're proprietors. Bernie used to actually bowl against my wife back in their collegiate bowling days. And but she helped me figure out from the internet perspective, which is kind of deep in the back of their, not deep in the back, but their office kind of is behind this wall.
That's where the internet
So
goes?
the internet's behind.
So that's actually pretty far.
So, but they have a couple of holes that they shoot wires through.
Okay.
And so we were able to kind of use one of those, make the length not as long, of course, and then
Okay.
100 feet, all good. So
Wow.
that doesn't happen without the great staff here. So
Yeah.
I appreciate them.
Good. Well, shout out to them. But again, this is an awesome setup, Emil. This is why you're the best. Tell me, I wanted to ask you when we had a chance to talk, and I think it's kind of interesting for people to listen in on this too. I was just kind of curious what your thoughts are of the center for a setup perspective. You know, I think the first thing I look at is we've got elevated tables here that allow for probably a better camera shot. What are your thoughts on the setup?
Anything that allows for short cable runs.
Yeah.
Anything that has power that's relatively close, anything that, in this case, offers fiber internet, always great.
Yeah. So we got some good connection right now.
Oh yeah, fiber's. Yeah, if you got fiber, use it.
Yeah.
So yes, elevated. All of those things do help, truly.
How about the lighting?
Bowling center lighting to me is always neutral, if
Yeah,
you will. Like
yeah.
it's very rare when a bowling center is might be overlit,
That
if
is
you will.
Bowling centers are more dim than any other like sporting event
Yeah.
out there, isn't it?
I just
right?
I have gotten to the point where that's just normal
Yeah.
to me, and I think probably for the most of us who just bowl, it's relatively normal. As Mason Loria trying to break down that split on a nice run there. He had 6 in a row. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not Mason Loria. Nathan Noskow's got 6 in a row. But Mason still unable to break down that split. See if he can make it here. But yeah, bowling center lighting is just, it's just rare when you get a center that is super bright. I do like here though that there is some level of natural sunlight that does peek in, which I enjoy that, and that does help out.
Very good. I also like it when the monitors are, closer. Sometimes they can be pushed back towards the foul line. Having them closer helps with setting up the visual with the monitor, with the scoring system.
Well, I told you folks, Nathan is, if there's one person who's in their comfort zone on this pattern, it's Nathan. I am impressed though with his ball speed. And if you watch Nathan a couple years here on the EYT, he was a speed dominant player, and we started to see the work he was putting in, especially with the coaching staff at St. Francis, Illinois, and Joliet, and being able to kind of toggle, if you will, the ball speed, bring it up, bring it down, all of the above.
Shot to close it out for 246. Nathan in the U23 division. Ring 10, so 245. Great game.
I'm sure he's a little bit disappointed. Missed a single pin and had an open in the first frame, but the open you want generally in the first frame. You okay with that? our group of 7 here. That's one reason, of course. They'll be a few frames behind, but they also had they got something taken care of on their pair pretty early. That caused, I wouldn't say it was a delay by any stretch, but it did cause them to get a frame or so behind for the rest of the field. Good shot. Oh, wow.
And that one came hard off the back of the pattern. Seemed like it could be the type of bowling ball in that case, right? A little bit shinier, retains a little bit more energy, sees the friction, and then wants to be aggressive off that spot. Seemed to be a pretty good line, though. One that is hitting the pocket as I watch other bowlers. Witalski going through progressions here as transition is apparent. Coming off 258, was using, I think he was using urethane or some type of urethane ball. Somewhere towards, 5 first arrow, and now switching to reactive and trying to figure out where the best line is after game number 1.
Yeah, there was a little bit of urethane used on this pair. Kind of mentioned that during game 1. I didn't think it was going to wreak any havoc for Luke in particular. In fact, I thought it might help him. Although I wasn't sure what type of equipment he was using.
Hey, got to work through this, keep making those spares. A fortunate break to not have a baby split or anything. Takes the 9 spare and just move on at this point. You know, it's not easy. Keep finding your way, and then once you find your way, stay locked in. Seems like the equipment that's matching up the best is something like a middle of the line asymmetric ball. Asymmetric, maybe solid, that is not sandblasted, doesn't have a lot of surface on it. So I'm thinking like Ion Pro Solid, for those out there that know what that one is. It's a asymmetric solid, a little bit of shiny surface to it, easier to get down the lane, and then the asymmetric ball makes it start going forward towards the pins instead of that right to left more violent action. So that seems to be the type of equipment that is looking pretty decent outside of maybe a concept or maybe a couple of urethane balls out there.
Riley, obviously junior gold is upon us, and this is, for some, will be maybe those last real competition reps and tune-up before they head to Minnesota. How many years of junior gold did you bowl, if you recall?
It's a rough number would be 6. I would say between 6 and 7 years. I would say.
Okay.
Maybe 7 years. Yeah, somewhere in the middle of high school through all the way through college. It's come so far. It's wild. I don't, a lot of people may know the background of junior gold, but when I think this was when you were bowling too, and when I was bowling at the very beginning, junior gold was just open. Like,
yes.
They didn't have these age divisions, and it was kind of, you go through the turbulences of just losing. Your first couple of years, you kind of sign up and know that, hey, it's gonna be a minute before I start to compete with these guys, and you knew what you were signing up for, but it was the experience that you were going for, and then at some point you start to get stronger and develop your game, and then you start to see your name rise up in the standings. So yeah, that was always interesting at the beginning. Then they started to break it out in age divisions, and now we've got a bunch of age divisions. Yeah, that's how my first couple of years of junior gold were.
I remember again, just the 2 divisions. It was just boys and girls.
Yeah.
I don't even know if there was a minimum, to be honest. Like, what was the minimum age you could be to participate? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if there was one.
But it was the element of that type of format was almost like a March Madness feel, in a way that you find yourself pulling for the underdog, or you just find yourself completely shocked by an underdog. And what I mean by underdog, it's just a young bowler that you've never heard of before, and maybe it's like, I think of Wesley Lowe as the first name that comes to my mind. Some random, I think, call it 12 years old at the time, competing against all these older people, and all of a sudden Wesley Lowe comes out of nowhere. That was great spare by Jersey on lane 10 over there. That was the, let's do it, 6, 8, 10. So you just, every once in a while, maybe every year, you just have a random young bowler. Landon Henderson could have done it back in the day. But I think of Wesley Lowe as the first name that pops in. Cameron Doyle, another one that just shines out of nowhere. This young guy, and that's why I think March Madness feel. Like, who's that Cinderella that no one knows?
Pair has come to a little bit of a struggle.
Oh, 14.
Wow.
That was the 4-6-10. I believe by Ryan. Or sorry, Nick. So Nick barely clipped the left side of the 6-pin, and somehow, I think it was the 10-pin that got bounced off the wall and slowly tipped into the 6 or the 4. I'm all backwards. I'm thinking the wrong way. But the 6-pin wraps around. I think it touches the 10 and slowly made its way over to that 4-pin.
Wow.
I've never seen that made that way. That physically, the 10-pin is located behind the 4-pin. So the 10-pin got tapped from behind and actually came forward. Instead of not going backwards, it came forward. that is the opposite of what physics would tell you.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I don't even know how to describe what just.
That was crazy.
Although that makes me, like, I'd be happy as a player, right?
Yeah.
Because I've seen a few messengers just kind of bounce around a little bit here. So that would make me very excited. Maybe we can get a couple more pins to fall. Boy, Luke went from shooting 258 to just having a straight grind out 180. But that's, I mean, you see that type of stuff too, not just at youth events, but, you know. And Luke is very experienced. And so there's still plenty he has not seen, but at the same time, he's seen plenty already at both the youth level. He bowls several regionals, PBA regionals a year. I think he's probably got another one coming up. I was talking to Phil in August, I think. PBA is a non-champs regional in St. Charles, Missouri that takes place every year.
Yeah, he likes to go down there. Yep.
And so I'm sure he's seen this thing once or twice, if you will. But also, another good point, you hear players talk about it at every level, but especially at the professional level. When you get a good pair, you got to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And he took full advantage of 7 and 8 and shot 258. You know, no doubles, but finds himself with 180 with good count. He's throwing a couple different bowling balls. I'll take that deal.
Yeah, for someone that, I'm not going to say lost, because he is finding his way right now, but for someone that is not lined up to work out a couple of 9 spares, 7 spares, 8 spares, and come away with 183, that's avoiding the disaster.
And speaking of messengers, all right, they seem to be rampant over on 13 and 14. Blake Mitchell got one. Leah Hopkins is over there now on 13 and 14. We're just about officially into game number 3. I think every group except 11 and 12 is ready to go. I think it's the only pair with 7 today.
We were talking earlier about Nathan Noskell, who put up 245 just a game ago on 13 and 14. Well, we've got Liam right now on lane 13 shooting a 2-pin. We were talking about how this matches up with Nathan's game very well. I think Liam matches up with this pattern and his game style very well. Likes to play straighter, likes to play a little bit further right. Starts with a double. Unfortunate miss on the 2-pin there, but I think coming off 13 and 14, we saw Nathan with a good game. I think Liam's got some strikes ahead of him on 13 and 14.
Shot, Nick. Lillian Smith, who I believe is headed to McKendree.
I'm excited to hear that. My alma mater.
That's right. She started her collegiate career at Tulane. Looks like she's going to be transferring to, I won't call it closer, but I guess technically closer to home in McKendree, which is in southern Illinois, of course. And that would make sense for Lillian.
Yeah.
She is from Belleville.
Right outside.
And that is about as close as you can get for her.
Yeah, Belleville is just between a 20 and 30-minute drive, if that, to the McKendree campus. We got Rob closing out a solid game, making a couple spares throughout the start of it and coming back with what was 5 strikes in a row. Get him up to 232.
Very interesting, the contrast too, because he was trying to figure out what to do on 7 and 8, and but 11 and 12, very favorable. Robert, he didn't have to move too much. He was still in the same zone that he started in on 7 and 8.
That tells me, it's going to be a mix of two things. Oh, got the 5-7 to get out of there, Josh. And also connected on 5 strikes in a row. Nice comeback for Josh Newcomb. That type of difference from Rob's starting pair to the next pair, it's topography and lane play from the group in front of them.
A nice finish. Way to save that game.
Yeah, big 5-bagger. sitting with 80 in the sixth, comes back and claws for 197. So good grind and finish for Josh.
U12 group, or at least a couple of them upcoming on 11 and 12. '15 and 16 obviously just getting underway. 17 and 18 into game, or I'm sorry, frame 3 of game 3. Good stuff happening on 9 and 10 U12 girls division.
We're getting close to the end of the season for the junior gold, with junior gold coming up. The August event will start the 2026 and 2027 season. So what that means is after our next event for the EYT, Corbin and team have a little bit of work to do to figure out the points race, as we'll call it, for bowlers of the year. So that will be coming.
Oh, yeah.
You know, maybe the August event is when it's announced. I'm not sure what the plan is, but regardless, that was something Corbin was talking about today as I was catching up with him. He's got to go through and tally the numbers. I mentioned that with Xavier on my mind, as he's going to be on 11 and 12. Xavier, I think, has 5 wins this season, somewhere around that number, if I heard correctly this morning. So I said to Corbin, you can probably skip that division. I think we know who the winner is on that. It's been fun to watch Xavier. I don't know if he's perfect 5 for 5. I do know that his first event that he bowled for the EYT, he did win. So we'll be doing the bowler of the year again, every division and every age division bracket, U12 boys and girls and so on. We'll have a bowler of the year.
Blair Quinlan Biondo, nicely done out the gates. She's fun to watch. Great smile. That's what you see generally speaking. You see a lot of smiles in the U12 division. You also see some tears every now and then. Young Landon Henderson over here to your left. We won one of the divisions at the Times Pepsi tournament, which is a long-standing event, 76 years, I believe, at Northwest Indiana. And he's had a little bit of a media frenzy.
Yeah, he has.
That has been associated with that, which is good. Anytime a 9-year-old beats a lot of adults to win a division of a championship. And he beat them scratch, too. It was a handicap division that he was in, but he also beat the finalists scratch. So he didn't just win, he did beat them.
Yes, all fair and square. Incredible, 9 years old, winning an adult tournament. You know, I first heard of that news on the radio. before I
really?
heard anywhere else, and I love that. I love that. I was listening to. I'm getting older now, and I'm like boring. I listen to talk radio on the way
Sure.
into work, you know. So it was like 720 or something like that, like a Chicago station.
WGN, yeah.
And they started saying, talking about bowling, and I was like, wait a second, I know that guy. I know that kid. He did what? And I just kept turning the dial up. Oh, I gotta listen a little closer to this. That's the first place I heard it, was on radio, and I just thought that was so cool that
What a great story.
it made it to the radio, and that's where I heard it.
Yeah, WGN did interview Landon, and from what he said this morning, it looks like CBS will be doing a feature story on him as well in July. And I bet there's probably something cool that's going to happen to him tomorrow at the White Sox game.
Yes, I can't wait for that. Will you be there?
I will be present.
Yeah, I'll be there too. We're gonna have to make sure we get there beforehand, early, because that's when we'll have the EYT and White Sox
Correct.
interactions. Yeah, I want to make sure we get there.
Yes, Landon will be on the field. Xavier Martinez will be on the field. And Samantha Ruffin will be on the field. So the U12 division is well represented.
I'm jealous, man. I want to be on the field.
Well, man, you are the president. so I think if you wanted to, you would probably know somebody. Oof, well, they starting to hook a little bit. You get around it too early, there can be some trouble.
Yeah, we were talking, a couple minutes ago about the forgiveness that we have in this center with this pattern versus Green Bay. Don't get me wrong, when we say forgiveness, it's not much. It's still a challenging pattern out there, a 2.4 or so ratio to 1. And that means that it's almost nearly flat. The amount of oil that is in the middle part of the lane is almost the same amount on the outside parts of the lane. Makes it very flat. Essentially, there's just 2 extra loads in the middle part versus the outside. And that results in elite shot making. And if it's not a great shot, you could have some disastrous results. So a little bit more forgiveness, but don't get us wrong, folks. It's a hard pattern out there.
Yeah, I hear you. We could have got one of those out there for you, my guy.
Jersey, 4 strikes in a row.
Jersey coming off, she got back-to-back wins in the U12 division.
She's coming into her own. We see that in that U12 division, and as they progress and get older and stronger, we're seeing that progression from Jersey right now, the last couple of events. We still see that solid form that she's always had, but now she's got a little bit of revs on it. She's making some motion. She's getting better pin action, and now she's got 4 strikes in a row, whereas maybe 6 months ago, maybe like a weird 4 pin is in there, a weird 5 pin, but now we're seeing those turn into strikes. I was listening to an interesting, it was kind of a snippet or reel, whatever we want to call it, just a kind of a 30-second clip from Mark Baker, excellent coach. I think he's based out of California, I think, somewhere on the West Coast. Yep. And he was talking about basically U12 division and under, and the strategy that he takes for coaching those young bowlers. And he said basically, you don't really want to overcoach them. You don't want to overcoach them, because if you do, then they start to, at a young age, get trained that this is how you do it. But what we're seeing right now on the professional circuit with Anthony Simonson and countless other names, Dio Bernard, and who's the other lefty? Dio and
Eric Jones.
Eric Jones. The things that they can do are just amazing, so creative. And Baker was saying, let the kids explore, because that's when you're most creative at a young age. Let them go crazy. try throwing it different ways, do different shots, and just try to learn who you are as a bowler and let that creativity shine at a young age. And then as they develop, that's where you start to key in on the physical training and coaching. I thought that was interesting, though. It changed my thoughts a little bit on coaching and whatnot, especially for younger bowlers.
Amy says you got to sing your way onto the field
Well,
for tomorrow.
If that's the challenge,
I'm never getting
they're
on.
kicking me out of the stadium. We're not getting on the field at all. I wonder if Amy and the Swatolskis have sang national anthems at professional events before.
I would hope so.
While she's on, maybe she can give us an answer to that.
Nice washout conversion.
Oh, that looks like a really good shot. Hits the pocket, leaves the 4-pin. That was a great shot. Posted it.
Speaking of high quality shots, they're starting to come in bunches. Marcy Grossman. Leah was trying to double up there. But junior gold, it felt like it's come by pretty fast.
You have some of the information on junior gold there?
Yeah, I was looking at scheduling and bowling centers, of course, across the Minneapolis area.
Coming up the week of, I guess it's 2 weeks now. They have so many events.
Yeah, theoretically it is like a week and a half at this point.
Okay.
From
That's a
the
long
start
time.
of the earlier portion of the week. Now that includes the Youth Open.
Yeah.
And also USA Bowling as well. That'll be on the 8th, 9th, or the 8th and 9th with respect to the USA Bowling National Championships. And then, of course, the Youth Open pretty much runs from the start of Junior Gold and even like a week after Junior Gold technically ends. So that'll be going for a while. Then you got all of the practice sessions, of course, on Saturday and Sunday at the trade show, which is always a great deal. EYT will be represented at the trade show. Deandra does have a booth there every year. And then it's staffed by some of the players who come by and help out and hang out. And then, of course, Monday, July 13th, starts actual Junior Gold qualifying competition. I will be at the AMF Southtown Lanes Bowling Center. So if you happen to have a U18 boy who will be participating, I'll be at that center all week.
For a live stream?
Yep.
That's awesome.
On behalf of Bowl TV.
Awesome.
All of the finals will be taking place at Cedarville Lanes. Great venue in the Twin Cities, led by Brent Prentice.
That's a respectable drive that you'll be taking there. I'm guessing you're driving, not flying.
Oh, I'm going to fly.
Oh, you're flying?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I thought maybe with the equipment of
Oh, I'm not using my equipment.
Bowl TV.
I probably still wouldn't fly or drive there.
No. I don't know, 7 hours for you? Just throwing a number out there?
Five's about my limit.
Okay.
when you get older, you know, the convenience of things is very important.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes. The time spent doing stuff. Yeah. Convenience is very important.
Nora Russell, our wonderful photographer in front of us, as announced in the building this morning, but she and now husband Corbin officially married. So we got a nice little love story with respect to our staff. Get up the hill.
Yeah, a little bounce off the gutter. That was a good find.
I've been curious if there's been more of that, and players haven't figured it out yet. Although the left side honestly just didn't, and it could have just been 11 and 12, but we had a couple of lefties that it didn't look the greatest. They saw a lot of early hook, which I think normally is okay, but it wasn't okay on 11 and 12.
Keep an eye on 11 and 12 as it's been a lower scoring pair since I've been in the booth here. It seems like that pair is more challenging than the pairs next to it.
I know we had a little bit of urethane, you know, at least 3 players throwing urethane to start in game 1. Well, the young Liam trying to close the door on a nice 236, which is a game that is standing out across the building at this point.
Nice.
Nicely done, Liam.
I think that type of game, not score-wise, that type of game that Liam has, lower rev, likes to play straight, just parked right around second arrow there. I think that can be sustainable the rest of the day and into the match play portion. It might just be a small tweak here and there with ball speed, but I think he can stay in that zone. Doesn't really have to mess around moving any further left or right. Something I'll keep an eye on. As with that 236, I don't know what his other games were, but that's a really good one. Likely to be somewhere in the cut line, if I had to guess. And keep an eye on that as our match play portion rolls around.
Liam in the U16 boys division. In fact, we have 3 Liams bowling. 2 of them are in the U16 boys division. Nice shot.
Wow,
Xavier.
that was impressive. Good bounce back from Nate in the 10th frame. Excuse me, Jake Bennett, left-hander. First shot got away from him, but second one well executed and makes the spare.
Hook ball. Hook ball.
That was wow. Excellent shot, Xavier, and stone cold 8-pin.
Thanks. Gosh, they're going to close it out. puts him in the 2-0s. Take a look at 15 through 18. It's a group of 7, and those on 17, 18 are in the, looks like they're in the 9th frame. Finishing up the 8th frame in a bit.
Noah Moreno off to a hot start, 16G there. 4 strikes in a row. He found something. We had him on, I think it was 11 and 12. Noah was struggling through the first half of the game, and then he found something. Hit the pocket multiple times in a row, left a 10-pin or so. Moves lanes and now continues to hit the pocket, and this time 4 strikes to show for it.
Couple groups down on the low end. Into game number 4.
Yeah, I was looking at 15 and 16. I see Switalski back in it with a double, couple spares and a strike. Seems like 11 and 12. Just different pair. Boy, Blade's got a pretty solid spare game early. I'm not talking about early in like today's block. I'm talking about early in her young career. Martinez, after having a couple of frames, just trying to figure out how far left, how far right. 2 excellent shots in a row. 1 struck, 1 left an 8-pin. Got around that one a little bit early. Nice spare. 3-6-10 opportunity. Get them all. All right, let's go next door. Where 15, 16, 17, and 18 live. Our group of 7 on the left. And then a group on the right finishing up. They are moving into the 10th frame here shortly. I see a lot of strikes on the board, especially on 17 and 18.
Luke's still trying to figure something out that's going to be solid for him. Dylan Balone. It's a nice high quality game here. One more puts Dylan in the 240s.
Another 8-pin. Oh, yeah, same reaction, Jersey. That was our reaction back here.
You were just talking about Jersey and like just the differences and the ball roll and like, I mean, she just probably wouldn't even left an 8-pin a few years back. Like now,
yeah,
her ball reads in the manner that, not that you want to leave those, but that's a sign obviously of throwing a good shot.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, you think of that, you know, like we talked about 6 or so months ago, or up to a year ago, and that type of hit on the pocket with less revs and maybe less ball speed. Maybe have like a weird spinning, I don't know, spinning 5-pin or a spinning 8-pin there. But this one rolled up nicely and actually hit square on the pocket. You can't do anything about that, but it's a good sign. Good ball roll, good entry angle, good power through the pins. There are a lot of pins that sneak underneath the sweep here. I don't know if the racks come down a little bit too slow. Pins are coming off the sidewalls and ended up in the gutter a lot. A lot of dead wood. Might be because the rack comes down a little bit slow. Yeah, that was lane 12 there was really slow as I was watching. So the pin chasers are busy today. Oh, there we go. Speaking of pin chasers.
Shot there from Samantha Ruffin just to the left there. You see the deadwood clear happening. 38 from Dylan Balone.
Oh, look at that. That power for a mixer
Nicely
from
done.
Blair. So that's a double for Blair. 10th frame, one more to go. A strike here would make it a turkey. And a possible 154. Solid game, couple of spares, and finding the double in the 10th frame. All right, so 152. She'll be pleased with that score. When she sees it, yes, there's the reaction.
That's so great. I can't tell you last time I had a reaction like that about bowling. And that's why I think the U12 division is so cool, because there is a, you know, and there's plenty of players who take it seriously, okay? But they're still young enough to where they know it hasn't yet consumed them yet. Like if they choose to go down the bowling path all the way, hadn't yet consumed them. There's still a little bit of innocence that you watch the smile and you go, wow, that was actually cool.
Yes. It reminds you of why, you know, maybe you, like myself and you, why you fell in love with the game
Right.
in your life. Looking back on how these young bowlers are reacting to scores and shots, and it's like, yeah, that's why I love this game, and that's what brought me to it. And that's something that we're seeing in front of our eyes. Someone like Blair is just building that passion for the game based on her reactions and whatnot, and it's so pure and natural, and that will be a lifelong bowler.
I try to think back when I watch them and go, did I used to do that? Like, was I that excited about, you know, spares and strikes and high games? And I know I was, right?
Yeah.
We all were.
Yeah.
At one point. It just happened yesterday, actually. My youngest son, who was here bowling while I was testing the internet, got a couple of spares, and that's all he talked about actually for the rest of the night. He told everybody about
all the spares
that
that he
one
used.
spare. It was a couple, but he honed in on one, and all night. Anybody who
passion.
calls.
Let me tell you about the spare I made today.
The oldest was working on bowling without bumpers, so he was he was a little disappointed that his brother was beating.
Oh.
So I had to remind him, hey, you're working on something different today.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you're working without bumpers. Take some time to get used to. So don't worry about it. You did great.
The brotherly
You
competition.
did
huh?
great. Yeah, you know, the oldest can never not win.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Taylor is watching, which means my guess is that either Easton is playing baseball or he's part of the Lake Michigan Cup. All right, so our group 11 through 14. Now everyone here is into game 4, which is feeling like it is moving relatively swiftly. However, our one group of 7, they are in the 7th frame. Not a lot of strikes being thrown, too. Luke is out, although he's picked up his pace. Let's go check out Luke here in a moment. Right after our Samantha Ruffin shot. She's going to be on the field tomorrow.
Let's take a look at Noah. 5 out of 6 strikes to start this game. Again, after that adjustment he made in the previous game. Can he keep it going? Oh. Can't break up the split. Luke not rattled, comes back with a strike in the 8th.
Take a look at our new group here on 11 and 12. Gavin Doherty, you see Jordan Landa, he's on the lanes currently. Charlie Wiedemeyer, Rush Deans to our left, he's over on 9 and 10. I haven't seen you in a while, Riley, but when I see Rush, I'm reminded that of an event that I did in April, and it was a $10,000 youth scholarship event. I don't know if we talked about this or not.
We have not. Last year we did. Not with the most recent event, though.
Yeah, this one's a youth event in Iowa, and it was fantastic. It was fantastic. So I know you know a lot of people. Next April, assuming that date with the tournament will still be in April, around I think it was mid or late April, one or the other. Great event to share the word, if you will, for your youth bowling community in Kenosha.
Yeah, I mean, Kenosha, Racine, Milwaukee, all of those youth bowlers should give every effort they can to get over there. It's a decent drive getting out into Iowa, but for a $10,000 event in the youth community, that's worth every second of time to get out there.
Yeah, and the 10K is actually selling this short. Yeah, it was 10K for the boys' first place prize. It was 5K for the girls' first place prize. But the total scholarship fund was, I think, in the 50s, thousand, with a 40K ad from local sponsors.
That's amazing.
In Decorah, Iowa.
That's amazing. And if I saw right, Brett Biondo took away the 10,000 for the boys.
Brett did win the boys, and
Wow.
Savannah Portillo won the girls division.
Ah, two very familiar names around the EYT, and two members of our Elite Youth Tour board,
That's correct. Yes.
the youth board that we have, or youth council.
All right, just making sure we didn't
I was trying to figure out what that noise was.
miss anything that really cool happened. I think it was a big split, though. Big split conversion from somebody. By the way, you were asked about Amy and Phil and their national anthem singing. They've done Cubs and Sox, USAF Academy graduation commissioning, Chicago Fire, PBA, USBC youth, and of course lots of bowling tournaments.
That's awesome. How are some of the scores looking? Do we have any bowlers that are kind of shining right now, and any decent averages we got out there?
All right, in the U12 boys division, Ryan Learn. And in U12 boys today, we're taking 2 to the finals. So right now it's Ryan Learn, Xavier Martinez, Landon Henderson's close as well. In fact, it's really close.
That's three competitive bowlers right there. That's going to be an exciting finish.
U12 girls, Jersey Asbedi in the lead, followed by Samantha Ruffin. Blair Quinlan Biondo is not too far back. That should be another solid race to the finish line there. In U14 boys, where we are taking 4 to the finals, Nehemiah Kiefer leading the way, followed by J.J. Yelton, Blake Mitchell, and Alexander Eby. Mason Loria, Tristan Williams, Blake Lawson all in the mix.
219 average for Nehemiah after 3 games.
Woo. U14 girls. We're taking the top 2 today. Peyton Reminius, I love that name, and Norray Jones. Norray bowls a league here. This is her youth league home center. It'd be cool for her to make the finals in her home center. But Abigail Kowalski is right there. We just saw Marcy Grossman put together a nice game on 11 and 12. In the U16 boys division,
Whoa.
where we will have 8 players advance to the finals. Shane Asbrook, 718 for the first 3. Shane must be down on the high.
What did he have for breakfast?
I've not seen Shane yet today.
239 average, man.
Ryan Richter with 632 for the first 3. Lucas Herrada, 15 over for the first 3. Those are the only players who were plus in that division.
That's awesome to see Lucas at plus 15. He's always here and showing up and putting work into his game, and I'm happy to see he's got a good start through the first 3.
He just came back from the, like others did, I'm sure the United States or the U.S. National High School Championships. I was talking to his mom, and then they went to I think they went to Ohio to bowl some PBA Junior.
Oh, nice.
Now they're here, and then Junior Gold upcoming. Luke just left like a Brooklyn wrap 10 pin. Is that what just happened?
Bad hit.
I'll finish the scores here in a moment. Let me see if I caught that. No, I didn't. And let's see. So U16 girls, where 4 will be taken. That's Leah Hopkins. And Leah shot 214, 235, and then unfortunately she went down on 13 and 14 and had her lowest game so far. But she is in the lead. Jessica Peevis, Abigail Lawson, and Mikhail Butler in the top 4. And 4 girls will advance in the U16 division. U18 boys, Saeed Reyes.
Man.
Out of Lane Tech. 724 for the first 3. Michael Caldwell, Rushdeen, Dylan Balone. U18 boys will be taking 8. So 8th right now, minus 43 after 3 games.
Reyes 238, 278, and 208 for a 241 average. That is awesome.
There's a couple of players in U18 girls that's led by Sarah Doty. And U23 division, Nathan Noskal Sakai. Very nice 87 over for the first 3. And of course that division, most of those players finishing up right now. Luke got to 215.
Interesting stuff. We've got a couple of bowlers as we went through that are really locked in. 241 averages, 239 averages. A couple of other bowlers that are just plus in a very solid way in that 210 to 220 average. I'm impressed by that. It's hard to tell. You never know game by game. You see a high score out there. You don't know. Sometimes you don't know who did it, and you really don't know where they're placed in the standings. But these guys, a couple of them have put together 3 really good games, and they're stacking those pins. And actually, looking over to the left, we had a front 7 that just was stopped by. Was it a 7 pin? Hard to tell. Maybe a 4 pin.
Looks like Nehemiah.
Yeah.
Nehemiah is going to finish on 9 and 10. Looks like all of a big portion of the scores that we are seeing Some of those bowlers are now kind of bowling on 1 through 10.
So that's generally where we've seen like those bowlers have some of the higher scores right now. And they came from the high end. That's where they started. Now they're bowling on the low end. So that might tell you something too. Maybe the high end here plays a little bit more favorable than the low end.
Isai Reyes just left a stone cold ape, and he's playing out. Looked like urethane, hard to tell. Looked like a 78U just based on the color, but it's looks like more of a tank, a motive. Tank Rampage Pearl specifically, according to at least what I'm seeing here on Google. See the final frame here for Noah. Talked about his solid game here. See if he can finish it out. Noah, left side of your screen. Spare strike gets him to 222. What are the most important factors for junior gold success in the opinion of one Riley Smith?
One of the most important factors for junior gold success. Well, my obvious answer is converting spares.
Yeah,
that's where I'm going to start with.
absolutely.
And then I think a very important second is the mental game. You know, forget about physical stuff. All that preparedness, obviously important. However, when you get out there, you're bowling on patterns that are meant to be hard, and you're bowling against really good bowlers. The mental aspect of it, to go through the highs and the lows, it's fast-paced. There's so many different squads. There's so many bowlers out there. It can be overwhelming. To have a strong mental game, a disciplined mental game, to take it as slow the game down and take it frame by frame, and not be engulfed by this massive moment that you're bowling in. I think that's a really important second to be prepared for at junior gold. You're going to have a struggle. You're going to have, 2 or 3 frames where you may open consecutively, and it's how you bounce back and finish that game and get over those hurdles. On the other side, you're going to have a couple of frames where you throw 3 strikes in a row. But you've got to stay disciplined. You can't start thinking, oh, I've got 3 strikes in a row, I'm really going to make up some pins now. Right? You got to go through your process and take it 1 frame at a time.
All of those things are absolutely correct. Every last one of them.
That was a big learning moment. I'll never forget. I was bowling junior gold, and I was all prepared. I did everything that I wanted to. Worked really hard with my coach Dennis Knepper, and I was ready. I was like, I'm good. Game number 1, my first game of qualifying at junior gold, I come out really good. I have the front 6, and I'm bowling so well. That first game, I think I shoot somewhere in the 240s, and that was my highest game of the tournament. And it's, I pin it exactly on mental game. I started so well, and it was my best start like ever. I'm like on cloud 9. But if I would have gone back and grounded myself and been more disciplined to say, all right, that's just one game, I got to move on. Good start, but we gotta take it another frame at a time. I went on to, I don't even know if I can't remember if I went plus that block after starting with 240, and after that it was a struggle the rest of the way. And it's the mental part. I felt like I won the tournament after one game, and if I didn't strike after that, I felt like I was losing the tournament. It was all the mental game right there. That was a huge learning moment for me, so I want that to be clear for all the bowlers going out there to hopefully avoid that trap that I experienced.
I think the biggest advice that I can give at the moment after listening, or sorry, not listening, but watching this for so long now, has nothing to do with the bowlers themselves, and everything to do with the adults who bring them. And I've witnessed some things that you don't really want to see. Listen, everybody's child-parent relationship is different. Sometimes the parent is also the coach, and so I think there's some overlap. Sometimes the lines get a bit blurred. And I've seen some not so good interaction between parent-child, and it does work both ways. From the athlete, still got to remember that they're the athlete. Respect your parents, coaches, etc. But then also parents, coaches, really parents, got to be careful that they don't go too hard on the athlete, and especially sometimes when it's out in the open, everybody can see it. Then everyone turns and looks at what's happening, and then you can see sometimes, and I've seen this, you know, a child just all of a sudden the whole face is red and they're kind of embarrassed. And the parents are looking at, you know. So my advice is we don't get locked in on one shot, almost on every shot. It's okay. Allow your child or your athlete some grace, because everyone is not going to win the tournament. But you are there to learn. They're there to learn and hopefully have a good experience that will allow them to, or want them to continue to come back and try to conquer what is probably their most significant challenge of the year in junior goal. So from a parent perspective, and now that I'm a parent, my kids are not bowling, certainly, but it's just a different feel once you become a parent. You know, it's just like you get it more when you become a parent yourself, on just the interaction part and not trying to go too crazy or go too hard or on the coaching or whatever it is you're doing. So that would be my advice. Give them some grace, and then also give yourself some grace too. You spend a lot of money to get there, right? So I get it. I know that might come up in your thought process every now and then. You know, they're missing makeables. You're just watching the dollars leave your pocket. I get it, but they will love you for it still. And you get through that day, learn from it, and enjoy it as best as you can.
Great perspective. Great perspective from the parent and coaching side. Lovely.
Do you want this out here? Do you need any sauce?
Your wrap looks great.
Got chicken Caesar wrap today.
There are some scores popping over on 7. It does look like Nehemiah finished with 257. Let's see who's bowling on 7 and 8 here. This is, I think Shane Asper bowled in the championship match last week, or last month, I think. He's on the right side of your screen here.
Yeah, and Shane, as we were going through the scores, one of our bowlers averaging, I think it was 239. And he is piling it on. All strikes except for one frame. So 10 deliveries, 9 strikes, and the one miss was a 8 spare in the third frame. So with another strike here, and if he can connect on then the fill ball, he'll be at 278. Already in the 250s. Chance to pile on some more. And we'll see him next game. Messenger 10 pin. Cleans out the rack. And into the 260s he goes. One more for 278. Wow. So Shane, after a really good first 3 games, decides to put up an even better game in game 4. We're approaching like 250 average conversation with this type of game. And again, what we've observed from the bowlers that are really having the most success right now is they're finding a way to stay further right, and they're avoiding that temptation of finding a line further left. If these bowlers can stay to the right, the pattern will stretch out after all these deliveries have gone down the lane. Instead of being 36 feet, it'll feel longer. Urethane pushes the oil down, plastic balls will push oil down, and avoiding the urge to move left, I think, will lead to success. Our winners today, best guess for us, our winners today, I bet most of them will be right of that second arrow, at the arrows where their ball crosses, and then for sure right of the of 10 for their break point, which is the furthest right or left if you're a lefty that your ball will be. So what's your trick? Is it going to be ball speed that allows you to stay out there, ball selection, rev rate, rotation? That's to be determined, but it's pretty set in stone right now. The way to get to the pocket and strike is staying right.
The interesting thing about short patterns to me, well, there's a lot of them now, but and it's not just short patterns. I think it's just friction in general, but you see it more with shorter patterns. When bowlers tend to see hook, first thought is to move left.
Yes.
Which you see multiplied. That is multiplied on short patterns, right? And I think you popped in about game 3, and Jordan's actually a good example of this. We'll bring you back over to 11 and 12 to watch that 10th frame of players who somehow figure out a way to be. If you're going to be left, right? Some styles have allowed players to be successful, but others who probably should be further right saw the hook, and then the thought process is, okay, I need to be left, and then you create these angles that sometimes don't resonate with shorter lane conditions, because typically there's just not a ton of hold. But there's been some nuances that we feel like we've figured out based on topography, the center in general, and even, this is a junior gold pattern from 2025, and you gave the example of some parents and bowlers who are bowling today who do remember bowling on this pattern last year, but having a much different experience equipment-wise or bowling ball-wise because they hook so much in Wisconsin. Not seeing the hook as much, but there's still hook out there.
Yeah, it's always been the trap of a short pattern. You alluded to it, is is if you do find yourself moving left as a right-handed bowler and getting deeper on the lane, what type of angle does that require? And then how accurate do you have to be with that type of angle? If you get too steep, does it not result in a good shot? If you get too shallow with it and maybe miss a little bit left, what's the miss room that you have? And generally for these short patterns, that's why you see bowlers play so far right, because the miss on when you move left is not free. You miss a little bit right, miss a little bit left, and you're paying the ultimate penalty with a split. So the phrase, you know, straighter is greater, and just taking away different factors and finding your way to the pocket with the more direct line. But sometimes people like Landon have we call it the voodoo ball roll, where they can make something happen on the lane with their unique style, and then they might be on a different part of the lane than where everyone else is.
So here's Jordan, who I was referring to. A couple of Lane Tech players participating.
Wow.
Using something that certainly gets down the lane. Whether that's polish, lane shine, but that one has no issue clearing the front part of the lane.
And we're on 11 and 12. Remember, this is a pair that we've seen Switalski and others, and a lot of good bowlers. We've seen some challenges. So, yeah, Jordan found a way after the 5th frame, playing a unique part of the lane compared to where we're seeing others throwing strikes. Wow. That look just seems to get better and better after every shot. That ball's going through the pins perfectly. So that's 7 strikes in a row. One more for 233. I really hope that we get some of those, like maybe Reyes or was it Sean? I think is it Sean his name?
Shane.
Shane. I hope we get some of those bowlers onto 11 and 12 in particular. I really want to see, since they're playing further right and they've had high scores, is it really just 11 and 12? I really want to see, I'm as a bowler, as a fan, I really want to see them come over here and see if that still works or if it's completely shut out. And the actual proper line to play on 11 and 12 today is a little bit deeper.
I think Isai is going to just miss us. I think he's going to finish on 9 and 10.
Okay. That's too bad. I'm sad about that now.
And Shane's going to be on 11 and 12 though.
I'm excited about that. Let's go. I'm looking forward to this. Remember, coming off a 270, averaging over 240. This is like a heavyweight battle. We got him coming in off of a huge game, and 11 and 12 is like, I'm going to try to play a little topography action with you and see if you can keep that scoring pace going. First shot for Reyes. Lane 9.
Crossover?
Crossover, strike.
I heard it. It sounded like a crossover.
Rush Steen had a good game going. I didn't see what the final score was, but he had a good one going. A couple strikes in there. And he'll be on 13 and 14 for his final game of qualifying. Game number 5 is starting, and a couple of pairs have game 4 just about ending. So there's Rush delivering. See, yeah, a little confusion there. Seems like it may have been testing the waters, I'll say, compared to the previous game.
All right, 11 and 12 now officially all done. Landa's going to be on 15 and 16, but excuse me, he's awaiting the U12 players that are finishing up. So at this point, the low end of the building is going to be done with game 5. Really, probably 1 through 14 will be done. Good portion of the high end of the building will be done. My guess is, and it's kind of what Riley just talked about, you know, watching what Isai's doing. I'll take a look at Nehemiah here. They're on 9 and 10, so they're just to the left of the screen. But the way this is setting up, and with not everybody playing to the right, not the way everybody is playing to the, or not playing to the right, there's going to be plenty of opportunity because I don't think it's going to burn up out there. There's not enough bowling balls going down in that area for the majority of the situation, for the majority. Now, depending on who ends up on 11 and 12, if it gets decently good, because 11 and 12 I think is still a little iffy. 9 and 10 seems to be all right.
Shane starting his game with a strike. Looks unfazed after that first shot.
I think Nehemiah was finishing up 8th grade or going into 8th grade. I can't remember.
U14.
I just know that if I was a high school coach, I'd try. Nehemiah, what high school are you thinking about going to?
Yep. And as far as college goes, whenever it's legally okay for the recruiting rules to reach out to him, I'd be the first one trying to reach out.
You've heard some stories of 8th graders receiving, basketball, football offers.
Yeah.
But for Nehemiah, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a low risk, high
Yeah.
reward right there. That's what we call a no-brainer.
Mikel Bowler, that was a very nice spare after the tough first shot. Lucas Harada. Mentioned Shane Asbrook coming off the 276 game. Liam Leatherby. Abby Lawson to the right. Nathan Nunez. Jared Pazlinski, Rustine, Seth Sider. Now that would concern me though. I'd like to see another shot from Liam because that looked pretty good. And it didn't quite make it up the hill. Shane sitting pins here in Messengers. Shane is a teammate of, I think I talked about this last month with Anthony Swanson at Evanston. Wow.
Yeah, to your comment on Liam there, good spare, makes the bucket. Backed up a little bit on him. Coming up light on the head pin and leaving the bucket. My advice to him would actually be move a little bit right. Instead of trying to find anything left or changing balls, I think it's just a two-board move to the right at this point. As we talked about, 36-foot pattern. And it's getting stretched out because of the urethane and plastic that's been going down the lanes. Just move a little bit right. I think he's got a good line. See what that does.
For the majority of the field, we are now into game 5. Take a look at the standings here. I don't think he realized how much room he might have. I tell you, he's going to be hard to beat. Shane is leading U16 boys. It's not even. Man. 206, 244, 268, 276. He's averaging 248 and a half. Every now and then you get those, you have those days, those qualifying blocks that are, simply put, you just bowl. You know, you're in that zone, if you will. 2 in a row there for Nate Kale. And all of a sudden you are just outpacing the field. Making 4 in a row for Shane. He's already got a stretch. The last 3 alone. Oh my. Lane 13 has not been kind with respect to A-pins. Well, U16 boys, the Eliminator finals are going to be on 11 and 12. Now, Shane doesn't know that yet. Could bowl well for him, though.
He is locked in. He's got a massive lead. He's a cakewalk to make the cut. Pretty much locks up the #1 seed at this point. But you can tell he's not even thinking about that.
No.
He's trying to make one good shot at a time, and he's trying to bowl good. He doesn't. You can tell he doesn't care where he's at in the standings, what the numbers are. he's still trying to strike no matter what.
Everybody to vote bad.
I see a couple of 220 scores. 5 and 6 must be pretty favorable as well.
Yeah, I was really just working. Did you finish your last game? Yeah, I just finished. Sure, 174. And I'm in ninth.
So Aiden Fincher's going to need a little bit of help.
You guys are close. Yeah.
He said he shot 174 in the final game.
Hopefully get in there.
So he's going to be at minus 96, but he's going to need some help.
Especially here. Oh, really? Is this your home side? Yeah. I'll go here a lot. That's Saturday nights. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you make it. Hope you make it.
So a couple players already done with game 5. We got spare 6-bagger on lane 8. Lucas Harada is also in U16 boys. And Harada right now trying to hold on to a spot inside the top 8. He's 7th. So front 6 here from Shane Asbra. Other high quality scores. Leah Hopkins still leading U16 girls. Isai Reyes with a 100 pin lead on second in U18 boys. The race for the 8th spot just as good as the U16 boys cut 2. High qualifier will be the winner of today's title in the U18 girls. Only 3 entrants. Nathan Noskow, no surprise, having himself a nice day. 227 average on a pattern that certainly favors his game. That's in the U23 division. U12 boys still coming down to the last game. Try to determine who is going to advance to the title match in both U12 boys and U12 girls. O'Ray Jones with a game to go. In position along with Peyton Reminius possibly to snag some spots in the U14 girls finals. Let's see where Nikhil Butler is. U16 girls. Top 4 will advance. And Nikhil needs a game here. If she can close this thing out, she will give herself a chance. She's 6 currently. It's getting interesting for some of the divisions. don't know what ball Rush has been throwing, but it's been consistent.
That's the axe.
Oh, look at this. Okay. Ooh, front 7. Ooh. For Shane.
11 and 12 just bowing down to Shane right now. We saw, like we talked about it, if you've been with us, 11 and 12 seems to be a more challenging pair compared to the rest. Shane having no problems at all through 7 frames. Is it too much of a reach, Emil, to say I see some similarities in Collins' game on lane 11 to Ryan Simonelli?
I got to pay attention.
Yeah, let me know. You think too much of a reach, or is there a little bit of similarity there?
Well, are his forearms the same size? That's number 1. If they're not, then they're already different.
Looks like we're waiting on a ball return. There's one. Well, suspense will have to wait until the ball comes back. Great shot there from Abby. That was, I mean, everything was really good on that one. Leverage, posted it. We call that a signature shot. Found its way to the pocket and no doubt strike in the 5th frame. So halfway through our final game on 13 and 14.
It's a 240 opportunity on 7 and 8. Could be significant to the cut. I'm unsure who that is. Unfortunately, they're going to go split in the 9th and 10th. Or I'm sorry, open split in the 9th and 10th. This one's makeable. Looks like a 3, 6, 7, 10 over there. Front 8.
Great shot on lane 12 by Butler. Wraps the 10 though. As we talked about, getting into some pressure situations as we are in the 8th frame for Butler, and right there in the cut line trying to bowl her way in. Shooting at the 10 pin, lane 12. That comes away empty, so 2 more frames left to give all you got in this 5 games of qualifying.
Let's see where Rush is. Rush was 3rd. Well, he was 21 over, but firmly in the number after 4 games with a couple of scores starting to pop in. here in game number 5. Looked like a really good shot off the hand there of Lucas. And he will not get rewarded. All right, Louis. 13 and 14, trying to finish strong. Louis Lolino. Shane. Oh! Get out of there, 9-pin. Wow. Okay, big dog. He has been, along with he and Isai Reyes, I mean, just having a day. Here's a look at his 9-pin that goes late.
Looked maybe a little left off of the hand, but what to his benefit, the way that he actually threw that shot, although it was a little bit left, it was a little firmer, and the ball speed, it looked to me like a little bit higher than what he had done the previous like 8 frames basically. And that was maybe the one shot that got away from him, but since it was a firmer, faster miss with the being left, it stayed on line a little bit longer and allowed that 9-pin to get knocked out late.
Nunez. Isai going to be in the, or can get to the 230s with one more in the 10th. Butler.
Man, that's tough. Back-to-back frames, 8th and 9th. Really good shots. Hits the pocket. 10-pin stands both times. Would have liked to see those fall.
She needed a pretty solid game to give herself a chance to advance. All right, so Butler can get to 186. And for Lucas, this run at the finals today might be over. Louis Lolino headed to Rochester Christian University. So many opportunities to bowl collegiately in our current state. Not just your typical powers anymore. There's so many newer, younger programs creating their own blueprints for how to become a powerhouse. McKendree used to fall in that category, and now look at them. Both the men's and women's programs. Same can be said about Lindenwood, and really, if you pick any school at this point, they used to be the young program, quote unquote, but many have taken the young program moniker and created a powerhouse. Well, here it is. Shane Asbrook.
Coming off 276, game 4. This is game 5, last game of qualifying.
Young man has been downright dominant today. He is going to hold the #1 seed in the U16 boys Eliminator finals, but first, an opportunity at perfection. Looking for 10 in a row. Wiggle.
Did he have all pins up? Was he missing an 8 pin? Or 9 pin rather?
I don't know.
It was last second. It might have been just like an illusion for me.
Yeah, did he have a 9? I couldn't tell. I was off to the side. I looked up and I just, an illusion? I don't know. I couldn't see. From the angle I was at, I couldn't tell.
For 11 in a row. There it is. From Evanston Township High School. Heading into his junior year, looking to nail down perfection here. Final game of qualifying, Dexter Elite Open Elite Youth Tour. This is it. 4-pin. 299. He is such a unassuming young man. And I watched him compete last month, and he was just going about his business, very quiet. He ended up finishing second last week, or last month, excuse me. Well, he's got the favorite written all over him today, though. Wow.
Well, we know who won the battle of 11 and 12 versus Shane Asbra.
So here's Shane's final tally today. Shot 1293 for 5 games. Might have to go back through the record books.
Yes.
258.6 for 5.
That's huge.
No guarantee, obviously, he's going to win the tournament, but that's a cool present to give to yourself.
1295, you said?
1293.
1293. So 207 pins shy of perfection. 1,500, 369, 12, 15. 1,500, the highest score you could get, and he was just 200 pins shy of that. I mean, that's crazy. That's like, I mean, on average, 2 9 spares a game, and the rest are strikes.
His low game was 206. That was in game 1. He shot 1087 for the last 4.
For the last 4.
Last 4, which was 271.75. That's for the last 4 games.
Oh. Wow. I mean, those numbers that you're citing right now, I don't know if I've seen that at the EYT since Landon Jordan.
Yeah. All right, not to be outdone over there. Rustine, he is all but, he's pretty much locked up a spot into the finals. Kel Butler, she's going to need some help if she is going to advance in U16. There was a question about advancers in U23. And U23 advancers will be, or I should say there will be 4 in the U23 division. So at this moment, everybody is about done with game 5 on the low end of the building. Looks like although looks like our group of 7 is going to be the last to be done with game number 5. They're just getting started. So I'm going to guess the finals will be, I'm thinking we'll probably get the finals going about 2 o'clock at this point. With 1 full game to go with 7 players. Probably looking at about 2 p.m. Central. That'll be our bonus coverage down around 19 and 20. 15 through 18 will still, they got a few frames left. We'll go down there after 13 and 14 is complete and full screen. Story of the day, U16 boys, Shane Asbrook. $12.93 for 5, $10.71 for his last 4. Well, Shane put people in a headlock today.
Remarkable. I mean, remarkable bowling, Shane. We're fortunate that we got to see the previous game just to the left of us at 276, and then to come over and outdo himself of that game and give us a 299 on our featured pair. Just we're very lucky to have that draw come right through our live stream pair. Incredible. And all to say he starts with a 2-0 game, essentially going all the pins plus in just 4 games, because the first game was even.
I mean, that just doesn't happen that much.
It's insane. now we
just doesn't happen that much.
If you want to joke with him, I don't know him well enough, so I won't joke with him, but if you're one of his friends, then you go over to him and say, hey, what happened in game number 1? You only shot 2-0.
Didn't see it yet. didn't quite see the picture clear enough.
Oh, back up. Nice.
Linsky. Can that get him to the promised land?
Having some fun on the fill ball. That's a tough spare for Steen. Oh, he gets it. That's difficult. That was the sleeper 3-9 spare conversion. Difficult for 3 reasons. I'll throw it out there. You're a righty. That's hard not to cross over and just get the 3-pin. Messenger on lane 13. It's difficult also because it's a short pattern, so the adjustment you've got to make, you could easily overhook at it. And lastly, Rush is throwing essentially a plastic ball. So to get that ball to cover the 2, the 3, and the 9-pin is a very good spare in the 10th frame, and Steen will finish up with a 199 and comfortably into the cut line goes Rush Steen.
You know, the U18 and U16 divisions, boys and girls, typically are extremely competitive, right? And those are the divisions where, you know, the majority of the field can all win on any given week.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it's going to be the same thing today. But I watched, you know, Isai. He was equally as impressive. Shane was just a little bit more impressive, right? But the start that Isai had, and then he finished with 220. You know, he ends up getting to $11.50, right? Plus 150
Usually
is
good enough to lead any other tournament for the EYT.
he's going to lead his division. Thankfully, Shane is in the U16 boys division today.
Right.
But I mean, just for context, right? Plus 150 is a lot of score for 5 games. Plus 293. It's just a little bit different.
That's good perspective, isn't it? 150 over is usually a really good score. I mean, it is a really good score. Not usually, it is.
Well, that's a great score.
And then
I'll take it every time.
And then you've got how about plus 293?
If you say for every 5-game block or qualifying tournament you bowl, you can have plus 150, or you go out and bowl.
I'm taking it.
I'm going to take plus 150 every time.
Good spare conversion in the 10. The 2-7. Final ball on 13 and 14 will be from Abby.
So what's going to happen next, folks? I'm going to try to turn, and we might be blocked by, there is a beam just to the right of 17 and 18, so I'm not sure how much we'll be able to really catch on 19 and 20. But that's where basically our group of 7, not only basically, that is where they're bowling. And that's going to be the last thing we'll be able to kind of catch until the finals. Looks like we'll be able to get a decent portion of it here in a moment. Let's go over there now, because 15 and 16 finishing up in the 10th frame. The raffle still to take place. Once game 5 is officially concluded, there'll be about a 15-minute interval for any final raffle opportunities, and then the raffle numbers will be pulled, prizes will be selected, and then bowlers will head down to, or I should say lane assignments will then be given per division in the finals. Scores should be updating shortly. Let's see, let me hit refresh. They do update in real time, of course, on bowl metrics. We do need some U12 scores, but I think a couple of them are still bowling. Yep, so same thing with both U12 boys and girls. Looks like not only they're finishing game 5, they need game 4 updates as well. JJ Yelton, a nice 224 on the end to get to +5 in U14 boys. Nehemiah Kiefer, talking about Nehemiah, 247, 267, 244. Nehemiah went +170 today. Alexandra Eby, let's see how many we were taking in U14 boys. We're taking the top 4. That's gonna be close. Eby might hold on. Same thing for Tristan Wilms, but Mason Loria, looks like Mason and Blake Mitchell still have an opportunity to advance. Laurie Jones in U14 girls, it's going to be a top 2 situation there. We'll find out who in a moment. Charlie Wiedemeyer is going to be in the 220s with a spare. And let's see here for Charlie. He doesn't have scores for a while, so hard to tell exactly where Charlie is.
Lucy Davis, your receipt is available at the snack counter. Lucy Davis, your receipt is available at the snack counter. Thank you.
Charlie might be in play for this top 8 cut, but it's hard to say because he's missing a few games on his scorecard right now.
We got your lane 22. Just give us a couple of seconds. Thank you.
So at this point, our final groups, let's see, 23 and 24 looks like they're in the 6th frame. This is 19 and 20. They're in the 7th frame. I'm guessing probably 1:50-ish p.m. Somewhere between there and 2 p.m. Eastern, I'm sorry, Central Time. We will get started with the finals. Appreciate those tuning in today, both on the EYT Facebook page and YouTube channels. See my guy Bo. Question on JJ. The finals, again, my guess is about 2 p.m. And looks like U14 boys will be, the first round will be out of camera range, and then they'll be back on in a streaming situation for rounds 2 and 3.
about everything, but so many respects.
I'm going to be drawing the winners for the raffle in 2 minutes. Still time to donate to BVL if you want to find a QR code. I've already gotten a message from BVL. The executive director, Jessica, sent me a message and said, is this somebody from your community? And it was somebody that did donate. So they're watching it and they appreciate it so much. So thank you very much for those that have contributed already. Give me 2 minutes. Everybody, oh wait, I need to get the winners. Hold on. All right, everyone. Just a reminder, we have a storm ball of choice. We have a really cool pearl BVL ball, Johnny Petraglia. Can't buy anywhere. Dexter shoes, Carolyn Doran Ballard, live online lesson. We've got a backpack, merchandise. First winning ticket is Amanda Lawson. Shoes are gone. Dominic Grossman, you're a winner. Jeremy Sauls, you're a winner. All right, Michael Doty, Michael Reyes. Celia Roman. Sarah, come back. Chris Ruffin. We've got Dennis Wilms, Roger Taylor. We still have some good prizes with backpack. We have a storm, or Elite Tour socks hat. We have EYT merchandise and React to Scuff. All right, let's draw a couple more. Did Roger Taylor? Also, Michael Reyes? Robert Benjamin? Bernadette? All right, let's do one more. Christine Pivas. Congratulations to all the winners. All right, let's get into the finals. I first want to congratulate the U18 girls champion, Sarah Doty. Congratulations to Sarah. In the U12 girls division on lanes 17 and 18 is the number 2 seed Jersey Esbeidi versus the number 1 seed Samantha Ruffin. In the U12 boys division, You'll be on 15 and 16. The final match is the number 2 seed Ryan Lean versus the number 1 seed and undefeated Xavier Martinez. U14 girls, you'll be on 13 and 14. Going right to the finals with the 2nd seed Noré Jones and the number 1 seed Peyton Ramirez. Is that right? Ramirez? If I'm saying that wrong, let me know. U16 girls, U14 boys, you're on 21 and 22. U14 boys. Ramirez. U14 boys, 21 and 22. In the first match will be the number 4 seed Alexander Eby versus the number 3 seed Blake Mitchell. The winner of that match will go on to see the number 2 seed JJ Yelton. The winner of that match will go on to see the number 1 seed Nehemiah Kiefer. Just keep in mind, U14 boys, you're going to start on 21 and 22, but then we're going to move you to the live stream pairs. So then you're going to move to 15 and 16 for the 2nd and 3rd match. U16 girls, you're going to be on 19 and 20. In the first match will be the number 4 seed Madison Sauls versus the number 3 seed Jessica Pivas. The winner of that match will go on to see the number 2 seed Abigail Lawson, and the winner of that match will go on to see the number 1 seed Leah Hopkins. Same thing with you girls. U16 girls, you're going to start on 19 and 20, but then you're going to go to 13 and 14 for the 2nd and the 3rd match. In the U16 boys division, this is an eliminator because we have such a big division, and we took 8. You're going to be on 11 and 12, U16 boys. In the first match will be the number 8 seed Brendan Zabelka versus the number 7 seed Dylan Westtag versus the number 6 seed Kaiden Wilms versus the number 5 seed Ryan Richter. You're going to bowl 1 game, and the top 2 scorers will advance to the next round. In the next round, we'll be entering the byes, the number 4 seed is it Miklo Bloom, and the number 3 seed Liam Rolick. The 4 will bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 2 seed Easton Van Hoven and the number 1 seed Shane Aspra. You're gonna bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals. In the U18 boys division, also eliminator, you're going to be bowling on 7 and 8. In the first match will be the number 8 seed Liam McGurry versus the number 7 seed Nick Kasha. All right. If I say your name wrong, please tell me so that I don't continue to say your name wrong. And the number 6 seed Seth Sider and the number 5 seed Matthew Roman. The top 2 scorers will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 4 seed Rushstein and number 3 seed Dylan Balone. The 4 of you will bowl 1 game, and the top 2 scores will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 2 seed Michael Caldwell and number 1 seed Isai Reyes. The 4 of you will bowl 1 game, and the top 2 will go to the finals. U18 boys, you'll be on 7 and 8 until the finals, and then we're going to move you to 13 and 14. In the U23 division, you're going to start on 9 and 10. In the first match will be the number 4 seed Robert Scretny versus the number 3 seed Noah Moreno. You're going to bowl 1 game. The winner will advance to the next round, where you'll see the number 2 seed Luke Switalski. The winner of that match will go on to see the number 1 seed Nathan Nasbal Sakai. U23, you're going to bowl on 9 and 10, and then the 2nd and the 3rd match will be on 17 and 18. We have these sheets. Just find who has this yellow sheet down by your lanes, and we'll tell you where to go. everyone will get 2 balls on each lane. If you have a bye, when you come in, you also get 2 balls on each lane. 23 and 24 will be the warm-up pair for those that want to stay warm if you have a bye.
All right, folks, we are back at the finals time here at the Dexter Elite Open. Qualifying is complete. We had 5 games of qualifying. All cuts have been made. And now in front of you, U16 boys on 11 and 12. It's what is effectively the first round of what would be a little bit of a marathon with respect to who's going to end up being the champion. And U16 boys, they advance 8. These advancer numbers are based on entries in each division. Then over on 13 and 14, we effectively have the finals of the U14 girls division. It's going to feature Ore Jones and Peyton Remenius. Peyton the top seed, Ore the number 2 seed. Then over on 9 and 10, since they are next door to us, U23 starts their competition there. Then they'll move to 17 and 18 for the final 2 rounds. 15 and 16. That is the U12 Boys Championship with Xavier Martinez and Ryan Learn. Then on 17 and 18, the U12 Girls Championship is underway. If you have any questions, of course, about where a particular player or division is, we don't have them all to start. U14 Boys, for example, is on 21 and 22. U18 girls is on 19 and 20. And then over on 7 and 8, U18 boys will have their first 3 rounds, and effectively the championship will move to 13 and 14. We got Riley Smith back with me. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We got the finals here. And Riley, this 36-foot lane condition, we saw a few players certainly have their day at it. Shane was phenomenal today at 1293 for 5. I think it's better if we say 1293 for 5 games as opposed to just plus 293.
Yeah, it was an impressive showing. We were lucky enough to have 299 on our featured pair. So if you were with us then, you got to see the excitement in person. An awesome 5-7 split conversion to stay clean through 2 frames. And we saw us 276 right before it. And if you weren't tuned in at that point, I encourage you guys to go back. That was game 5, 299 on the stream, and a lot of other bowlers that have put up some good numbers. It's not just one bowler. We've got a good list of 2-0 to 220s. I think I saw a 230 in there for different types of averages in our 5-game qualifying. So 36 feet doesn't, from what we've seen, doesn't really play like your traditional meaning in the last 10 years or so, maybe 15 years of short patterns. Right up the gutter, maybe right of 5 really isn't or wasn't a desirable line that would find the pocket. We're kind of right in the middle between a medium and a short pattern. So we saw a lot of success with urethane type of bowling balls, concepts, and cleaner asymmetric solids. And if you got lined up, you found your way to the pocket and really unstoppable once our bowlers got lined up. It'll be fun to see who comes out on top in all of our divisions and the style of the winners. I feel like it's going to be a similar style throughout all of our champions from what I would expect. I think it's going to be someone that's playing right around maybe 10 or so if you're a righty at the arrows, and then keeping it at maybe 5, 6 at the break point. And if you can do that and stay out there, you really don't have much traffic to worry about. You could probably park it there and kind of take your mind out of it and just get into repeat mode.
Yeah, watching what's happened on 11 and 12, I could, watch a few more shots, but there are a ton of players so far through the 4 who are kind of really trying to take advantage of the right side. Now, we do have a lefty, of course, and I mentioned way back in game 1, the left on this pair was kind of tricky. There seemed to be a lot of early hook, and that still might be the case.
Yeah, I saw it right there. One example on lane 12. Early hook. It looked pretty good off of his hand, and not even halfway down the lane, already started to change directions. But I think I think overall, like, yes, we had a lot of high scores, but I think overall it was still, pretty fair for every type of style. Even though, like, you can tell that the optimum style and part of the lane to play, we saw it with our leader in qualifying, the multiple leaders in qualifying. But there's other ways to make it happen. And even if it's not 250, those bowlers that are still finding a way to make it happen get up to that 180, 190, and maybe into the 210s, which in match play, those scores could be good enough to advance and win.
Let's take a quick look full screen at the U12 boys and girls. The boys match is already into the 7th frame. We're on 15 and 16. Xavier Martinez is looking for his 6th title. 6. This is the season. He's got the lead. And then Jersey Asbeatty is going for 3 consecutive U12 girls championships. He's won the youth adult with dad and in April. Took home the title last month in May. And now back at it here. I think it was Samantha versus Jersey last month too. Norray Jones trying to mount a little bit of a comeback in the U14 girls division. Big double. She trails right now by 19 pins.
Oh, 7-10 erased. Stood for a moment.
Boy, Xavier. When he gets going, he gets going. That's a huge double. It's going to represent the EYT along with Landon Henderson and Samantha Ruffin during tomorrow's EYT day at the White Sox over at the rate. Jones.
Looks much better shot. Yes, connects on a strike. Able to give that one a little bit more room. First couple of shots were a little tight, a little pinched, which basically means missing a little bit left. That time loosens up the swing, allows the ball to float a little bit more, and comes around with a nice mixer for Jones.
One, 2, 8 here for Peyton. And just like that, big 3-bagger here for Norray Jones. She's back in this match. Again, the winner will take home the U14 girls title. She won the U14 girls youth adult event with Dad Aaron. Shout out to AJ. Could not be here this week. He is bowling the tournament. Wouldn't be surprising, though, if he had his phone open and had this elite stream as he threw strikes, which I hope that's what he's doing on both accounts. I hope he's watching us and throwing strikes all at the same time. Peyton with an 8 count now to deal with. Martinez to the right side, but Xavier in a good spot. Ryan Learn can get to 150. Right now, Xavier is kind of pacing in the 170s should he make this spare. Jersey did a good job of making some spares. She's got the early lead. Actually, we're getting late in that one. They're headed to the 8th frame. A couple of late miscues from Samantha. Oh, wow. That's tough. Man, how many 8 pins have we seen?
Yeah, multiple. It's there's something about this center with these pocket 8 pins. It's been all over.
I got to talk to Bernie about this, about these 8 pins.
Oh, good. All right. Richter with a break in the 5th. First strike of the game. Comes at a good time. Battling out in the U16 division.
Well, Ray had a chance to really create a little bit of separation. Now, if she makes this, she does take the lead. Trying to shake it out.
Samantha applying some pressure. Jersey has 123 in the 8th, opened in the 8th there. Samantha threw a strike in her 8th frame. Now has a difficult spare conversion in the 5th. Not over yet.
All right, Jones struck in the 8th. Reminius crosses over, gets a break. Let's go right side there. Ruffin unable to take care of that spare. So Samantha can get to 147. Jersey setting her sights right now on a three-peat here. She's got to keep it in play and make some spares. That was a good shot. And leads 2-pin. Meanwhile, Xavier Martinez. A couple of pins and a couple of shots. He's going to have it all locked up. Super washout from Martinez. He'll get count. Meanwhile, Jersey. Great shot. And that's going to be enough for a win. How about Jersey?
On a tear. They say winning is contagious. You get that first one, and after that, something starts to click.
Eleanor Ray Jones. She just got herself a break in the 9th. Peyton can shoot 200 even. This first one here is important for Norway. If she can strike here, then you would get Peyton kind of off the 190 mark. If she does not strike, then Peyton basically can step up and go strike spare to win, or strike in good count. 9 spare strike would be 189 for Norway Jones. Big strike here. Big shot. Wheel. Oh, she trips a 4.
Solid shot that was when she needed it. Great ball roll. A little more aggressive on that one. I like to see that. Confident, aggressive shot. Still soft enough, though, to trip the 4-pin off the sidewall.
Now one more here, and she closes the door. This is for a title. All right, she will get 9. And the situation is simple for Peyton. If Jones spares, Peyton will need all 3 in the 10th to win by 1. It is official. Jersey Asbeatty has defeated Samantha Ruffin 159 to 137. That is 3 titles in a row in the U12 girls division for Jersey Asbeatty. The big wheel from Xavier Martinez. He gets to 158. Jones 199. And this game, pretty impressive all things considered, because it started 6-3, 8-1 for Norray. It could have went in a completely different direction. Now Peyton. Opportunity knocks. Needs all three in the 10th. First one. Crosses over. It will not carry. And Norray Jones has won her second U14 girls title. Second in 3 months. First solo title, though, if I'm not mistaken. First one was Dad. With Dad, you can't ever not forget that one, right? But winning your first solo title, that's pretty special.
Big smiles over there. Well-deserved and awesome shots that were made. And also the adjustment that was made after the first couple of frames. Great ball change, angle adjustment, loosened up her ball, her arm swing. And then in the 8th, 9th, and 10th there, especially in that 10th frame, how good of a shot that was. Staying soft with it, staying aggressive with it, coming away with a trip 4-pin. Awesome job, awesome finish.
All right, now we turn our attentions here to the U16 boys. Top 2 scorers will continue on in the tournament. Kaiden Wilms, Dylan Wostag, Brendan Zabelka, Ryan Richter. These Eliminator finals always, to me, pretty energetic, very suspenseful as well. A lot of things are often decided in the 10th frame in some of our Eliminator matches, when a player may feel like they've got enough score and all of a sudden some non-strike or of course a mistake allows the player essentially who's going last to step up and maybe throw 2 in the 10th to sneak behind or in front of one player, excuse me, and be one of the 2 to advance.
And that is possibly unfolding in front of us
working
right
out
now.
right now. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so that's all right. Richter 9 spare here is good. You know, it's 154 in the 8th versus 151 in the 8th. Dylan working on a strike, Ryan working on a spare. Coming down to the wire.
All right, so we welcome 13 and 14 now to the U16 girls division.
And meanwhile, Zabelka not out of it. All 3 in the 10th gets into 189. Forces at least a solid first frame in the 10th.
And Ryan Richter just missed the 6-pin.
Yeah, essentially putting pressure on himself there in the 10th to at least, I would say, strike out, if not match what Brendan does, since he has a 1-pin lead. But it really depends on what Dylan does. Dylan has a chance, 11B, to solidify his chance at making the next round.
I was waiting for somebody to play there.
Yep, that was the right move for Brendan. He was too firm and too far left at the start of the match, and just had the ball hooking too much or just skating by and not hooking enough. It was the right move for him to go right. Yep. Even has miss room left on that one. Ooh.
Uh-oh. The exact description of what I described for Eliminator Finals is now happening in real time. Zabelka throws all 3 in the 10th. Dylan now's got to make this. Or essentially, Ryan Richter can step up, throw all three in the 10 to advance.
That's right. Any of these three bowlers could move on.
There's one.
Oh, man. Oh, man. First one is, you know, usually the hardest. Oh, man, this is why we love the Eliminator Finals format. Oh. That was a good effort. That's where he wanted it, on the right side of the head pin. So Dylan 182. Now Brendan. Ansi. What will Ryan do?
He's got the USBC Open Championships Baton Rouge themed jersey right there, or it could be his own thing. But I love it. That's got to see something. Oh my.
It's the trip on the two.
Oh my.
Little right of target. Stayed soft with it. It wasn't, he didn't throw it hard. It was just a little miss to the right. And urethane, you know, urethane, if you do that, it's not going to recover like a reactive ball. But man, what a fortunate break on the off the wall sweep of the 2-pin.
I don't know if I've ever seen a tie in the first round of an Eliminator Finals. But we could have a roll-off. Strike. Richter's on to round 2. Didn't like it. Brooklyn side.
Sends him to round 2.
Wow.
With 190. A pin over Zabelka's 189.
That was wild.
Wow.
Okay. That's what we're doing.
What a wave that was, man. Oh, we got a huge game over on the left, 7 and 8. We'll have to find out who that is, but we got 280 potentially on the board.
So nothing happened on 11 and 12. We've got 15 and 16 and 13 and 14 happening. So on 13 and 14, this should be round 2 of the U16 girls. And then over on 15 and 16, round 2 U14 boys. Over on 7 and 8, that's round 1 of the U18 boys. Yeah, it's high flying. That's Liam. It's like Liam McGrury. Just bulldoze him down.
No doubt. Locked in. Looks like he's smartly, yep, he's trying a different ball now. He's easily on to the next round. 280 would just be for show, so he's trying a different ball and seeing what's out there.
Liam Rolek, he's coming in next on the U16 boys. Take a look at 15 and 16. U23 will be underway and a second on 17 and 18. Miklo Bloom also joining the crew on 11 and 12. Top 2 seeds, of course, Shane Asbra, the number 1 seed in U16 boys, and Easton Van Hovland, the number 2 seed. Apparently it is Liam's birthday today, so happy birthday, Liam.
Happy birthday. Thanks for celebrating with the EYT.
Emil Williams Jr. with Riley Smith. Big thanks to all of our staff here at the Dexter Elite Open this week. With Aretha is here, Megan is here. A new staff member, Chloe is here. Jawan, Steven. Of course, Riley. Is that it? Nora and Corbin.
Nora and Corbin, yep. Aretha.
I mentioned Aretha.
Okay.
All right, so Madison Saul's taking on Abby Lawson. And U16 girls, they did advance 4, so this is a semifinal. There they are on the right side of your screen. Practice shots going down on 7 and 8 for U18 boys as Liam starts off with a strike on 11 and 12. Questions on can you go back and watch anything you may have missed? Yes, you can. On Facebook, you only have a month to do so. On YouTube, you have endless amounts of time. So I would encourage you to check out the YouTube channel, the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel. Subscribe if you haven't, and then you can go back and watch all of the recent events that we've had live streamed, and as well as the additional content available on the channel.
Saul's recovering from the open frame in the first and second with a double into the third and fourth frame. Good momentum as she gets ready for the fifth frame, halfway point.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. don't think I've ever seen that before.
Going from two-hand, switching thumbs.
Well, so it felt like, and I didn't see it come out of his pocket, but I thought that Mr. Bloom's interchangeable came out of his pocket.
That's what it looked
Fortunately,
like.
it hit the it hit the ground, did a spin of Rooney, and ended up on the approach of lane 12, which had momentarily stopped Guida for a moment to reset.
Oh, a double's a double. Doesn't matter how.
The good crossover. Got to know where to line up. Uh-oh. Big miscue there for Lawson.
Trip the four. Oh.
Always interesting watching, one particular pair or two particular pairs of lanes. And when you set up the live stream, you find a boot spot, and it's typically, of course, you just watch some lanes. So been watching 11, 12 all day. And I remember Miklo Bloom started the tournament on 11 and 12. He was one of 3 players who did use your thing on this pair. It did get a little tricky, we thought, for a few games or so. But you could also make the case that certain players just weren't far enough right.
Yeah, you could. That's typically what we've seen is if a bowler starts to struggle and feel a little bit lost, and then you see them just move back to the right, then they find it again, and it's resisting that urge of trying to move left.
Some late mismakeables in on 15 and 16. U14 boys semifinal. JJ Yeldon. Looks like JJ is going to have plenty to advance. Yep, and he is. So if I'm reading this right, so JJ is going to face Nehemiah Kiefer. By the way, we were talking about Shane Asma's big day, and then we talked about Isaid Reyes' big day at plus 150. Nehemiah Kiefer ended up going 247, 267, 244 the last 3 to get to plus 170.
Wow.
So it ends up being Aspra plus 293 today, Kiefer plus 170, and Reyes plus 150. Those are 3 different divisions. U16, U14, U18.
Abby Lawson with a chance for a turkey. Lane 13. Goes Brooklyn and leaves just the 10. So makeable. A chance to maintain a lead as she is in her 8th frame. Great spare shot. And a nice lead for Abby in Sauls with a chance to tighten that gap. Strikes in the 7th. And she'll have her 8th and 9th frames ahead of her. If she can find a strike right here on the 8th frame, the pressure goes back on to Abby. Nice mixer. And she knows the moment. Nice fist pump. She knows how big that was. If Sauls can stack another one here in the 9th frame, that would give her a turkey heading into the 10th frame.
Bloom's starting to figure some things out on this pair.
Recover, recover. Similar to 14, we get the mixer. 2 really good shots. And momentum has swung now in favor of Sauls with 3 strikes in a row. Again, this is not over. This is really tight here. Abby with the chance to answer. She'll finish in the 9th and 10th. And she gets one to go. This time going Brooklyn. Okay. So Abby, if she strikes out, 203. And Sauls, if I'm doing my math right, 208 with all 3 in the 10th frame. So this shot right here for Abby is important. If she can strike here, that forces a strike from Sauls. Just a little left of target, comes across and gets the Brooklyn for 2 clutch hits. And the job's not done.
Pretty interesting, Madison Sauls out of Lake Central High School. She has not looked at the score, I think, once. She has been either playing something in that, you know, looks like a notebook type of game, Sudoku, word search, something with Marcy Grossman over here. Whereas Lawson just, that was the best shot of the match.
Her good shots are like no doubters. She's got leverage, she posted, and the most important thing is that she stays down on it. On the ones where she pulls it a little bit, she gets quick, and then her upper body pulls up and backwards. When she keeps that upper body stable and through the foul line, man, she creates some power. That was another really good one. Wow, fierce in that 10th frame, taking advantage of the 2 Brooklyns and coming back with 2 of her best shots of the day.
Yeah, this is impressive. A physical game.
That's strong. That's just strong. I don't have any way. Power. Her good shots are really good. If she can, like I said, focus in on staying down, she's dangerous.
Got a wheel. There it is.
What a finish here. Haymakers back and forth. This time Sauls 4 in a row. And again, getting better. The last couple of strikes were the light mixers, and this one, we'll have to reset. Make sure she. Yeah, that last shot was, again, really good leverage. More aggressive coming off the back of the pattern. He gets all 10. Now we got to reset, so go through the pre-shot routine again.
Maybe, you know, she didn't ask for a re-rack, but ultimately she got one. She got a timeout. Big deep breath here.
Must strike scenario.
How about it?
She does.
All right, can't rest on the laurels right now. Still count to get. 6 is no gimme. It's been easy to get 5. Sauls or Lawson.
Saul's going through the pre-shot routine. Seems like, you know, taking some deep breaths, visualizing.
Winner faces Leah Hopkins. Got to get 6. 10 is good.
Holy cow.
I got to tell you, Riley, I think we've both watched Madison Sauls bowl a lot. And I think, and I don't know this for sure, okay, but that right there could be that one confidence booster that every bowler needs at some point in their, especially their young lives, that might get them to the next level.
Yes. Those are 6 shots to win the match that will, yes, catapult her and take her on and continue to take her to that next level.
No matter if she wins today or not.
Yeah.
Okay, winning is winning, certain. But if she doesn't win, what she just did to advance to the title match might be just what the doctor ordered to carry her and get it, to flip that switch to the next level. This is all she's always posting. Mom is posting. Her parents are here, both Melissa and Jeremy. She gets a chance when she can. She works with Kevin McCune. And that to me, that was a lot of hard work paying off in real time. Meanwhile, 15 and 16 almost set. Nehemiah Kiefer versus J.J. Yelton. That's a fantastic title match in the U14 boys. Kaiden Wilms. And every time we look up, Riley, Kaiden has the lead. He had the lead. He was the high scorer in the first round. Right now, he still got the high score. He can figure out to carry a 10. His carry is starting to go away a little bit. So that's something to keep an eye on. But he has complete command of the pocket. Yeah,
it's one of those things we talked about is he's in the right part of the lane. He's got the right ball in his hand. And now it's just, it's turn the thoughts off and just go into repeat mode. And he's doing a really good job at that. I wouldn't get too rattled or shaken up by the 10 pin and slight loss of carry. I just, all right, we got to reset there and get back in it. But you're hitting the pocket. Your opponents are not having as easy of a time hitting the pocket like you are. And I just tell myself, hey, if I keep hitting the pocket, I've got a much better chance to have a higher score than the other guys. Meanwhile, Switalski and Nathan are on 17 and 18. Nathan with a big double in the 7th and 8th frame in a match that seemed to be getting away from him, but the double keeps him within distance and a chance to apply pressure. Switalski 1 open through 8 frames. A slight lead at this point in the match, but just like we saw with Sauls on 13 and 14, Nathan with a couple of strikes could turn this match on its head.
This match is now on your screen live, full screen, with 11 through 14, picture in picture. It's getting fun on 11 and 12.
A big hit there. In the 9th frame, big shot. Oh, excuse me, it's not Nathan.
Noah.
He's bowling against Noah.
Oh, and JJ misses a 7-pin. He just looks like a future title winner. But I think we're watching two players in the U14 boys who are going to win PBA titles multiple times over. That's just my personal opinion on that. I don't even know that much about JJ Yeltsin, but I've watched him bowl a few times. There's just some people to me that when you watch them compete and you say, hey, he's got everything you need. That's a great foundation. Some question marks about that shot, though, and its location, I'm thinking, and then the result of it.
Yeah, playing out to the right, but the ball finding its way across the head pin. So Noah not able to connect on a strike in the 9th, but stays clean with a spare. Definitely needs to double in this 10th frame to stay within a chance of Switolski. A strikeout in the 10th for Noah would give him 189 and force a clean frame to Switolski. There's one.
Oh,
Another.
oh, another one. Well, we got DJ Khaled out here. Just another one all the time. You wonder when you watch somebody like Nehemiah, how they even leave pins on the deck. I mean, honestly, how is it possible? Let's look at the replay of this 8-pin. In full real time, because it's better. It's actually better if you watch it at normal speed as opposed to half speed. That's the type of 8-pin that you actually appreciate watching it in normal speed.
Meanwhile, Noah strikes in his second ball. One more for 189. And again, that officially makes Switolski need to mark.
Oh.
So after a bad break, a good break on the spare. That was a bucket. And here we have Switolski stepping up.
It's a big double, but 6 on the fill hurts Noah, so a couple of pins to work with there for Luke. The wheel and deal. Oh, no.
Clear your mind out here. Get up on there and go.
Yeah, Switolski needs to make this one.
Absolutely.
Wow. We'll look to see Switolski get to the right side of the 3-pin, right behind it, and the chance to make it is getting that 3-pin over to the 7, and wide right doesn't have a chance.
Oh, Luke wanted nothing more, I think, to come away with another EYT title, despite being in essentially in the collegiate division, but in his home center. It will not happen today. We'll have another chance next year, though, if we come back.
Wow, what a turn of events. And Noah over on the bench watching that unfold. Put enough pressure on the last couple frames. Strike, strike, spare, strike, strike. That's how you finish them.
All right, we'll take you back to our U14 boys title match here in a moment. That was a replay at the Luke shot. Kind of saw what went wrong there. Now over to 11 and 12 as we get closer to the 10th frame. And of course now our U16 girls championship underway. Wilms back at it after the missed single pin in the 7th.
Yeah, just keep going for Wilms. Nothing to get phased about. Just keep going until the lanes or the pin carry tells you it's time for something more significant, whether it's a ball or angle or lane play. Just keep pounding the pocket and good things will happen.
Liam trying to pull the string. That's important. If Liam strikes there, he gives himself an advantage over Bloom. Still the possibility of a tie exists.
Spare and all 10 is huge for Liam. Biggest shot of the day for Liam.
Liam Rolek on his birthday.
Little left of target, crosses over.
Good break.
Ooh. Not the way he wanted it, but it's the count that he wanted. So 184.
What is the, it is a one ball roll off scenario, right? If we get some ties in an eliminator round situation.
Gutter. What does the gutter do? 196? Sorry, I was distracted. No, he's still good.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's still good. Okay. Yeah, it would be. Well, maybe it's just the finals. Is the 9th and 10th frame roll off? I have to check with Corbin what they do. We've had a couple of tie scores before. Bowl so many tournaments, I get confused on which ones. We do a one ball versus 9th and 10th. All right, nothing to worry about for Wilms. He's moving on. Nothing to get rattled about. Just escape that from the memory. Move on. All right, there is. Oh, that was Ryan. We're waiting for Bloom to step up. All right, Bloom. Double to move on. A fill of 20 to tie. Anything less, and Liam will be moving on.
Good shot. That right there, to me, I'm going to show my age. The little old school bowling right there. Okay, you want that 6 to just slap out the 10 pin. Because that to me is a shot that's confident that you can repeat.
So we got the first one, the hard one. And it all comes down to this one. Strike to move on. A spare. And we will have a tie.
Got a hook. A ton. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
And now, not only does he miss it right, he leaves something that is not necessarily in the makeable category, the 2-8-10 split.
We need something remarkable.
Let's see the backup ball here.
That's what you got to do. You have to make it. Pull out all the tricks in your bag. See what he can do.
Oh, he's doing it.
Oh.
Wow. He didn't go back up, which is what I thought he was about to do, but I'm very impressed with his ability to be that straight, that accurate. Well, Shane Asbra, Easton Van Holven, the top 2 seeds. Shane is coming back to a pairing where he shot 299 on the closeout qualifying. Question is, how different is this pair now in comparison to game number 5?
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it should be quite different. A lot of games have been thrown. A lot of urethane has gone down the lane. That's what paper will say. We'll see what his practice looks like. The look that Shane has had all day. Forget what paper says. He might still be locked in. It's been a long time, right? He had a practice pair to stay warm on, but he hasn't bowled for score.
Quick look how close that was. Fell right into the channel just prior to. All right, let's get you down to what has developed into a very, very close match, as we thought it would. Big shot from Yelton in the 9th frame. He's got the 1-pin lead. Nehemiah, excuse me, matches him in the 9th. So Nehemiah trailing by 1 pin. Kiefer is going to finish first. He can throw all 3 in the 10th frame to shoot 216. And just like we've been saying for a few matches now, and a few rounds in different divisions, Yelton would then step up and have to throw all 3 in the 10th, but a double from Nehemiah would be clutch.
Hasn't doubled all game. This is when you want to do it. Nehemiah.
Oh, 8-pin thought about it. Wow.
Great time to step up. No doubt a great shot, and plenty of those from Kiefer this game, and none better than that one right there.
See if we get a good look at this here. See how close this was to being an 8-pin. Oof. I mean, it just breezed right by it. Got a piece. Had to have it. Wow. Nehemiah's grandmother never misses an event.
Wow.
Talking about somebody growing up right before our eyes, Riley. Nehemiah's title count is, I think it's in the teens,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's racking them up early.
Count important here. Forces all 3 in the 10th from Yelton if Kiefer does strike. There it is.
Wow, man, he is locked in. That is such a good ball roll, such good ball reaction.
He threw 3 no-doubters, minus the very close 8-pin that was almost left.
Gosh, that was impressive, man.
Now J.J. Yelton has to throw all 3 in the 10th to win the U14 boys title today. Bang.
Oh, automatic. You'd rather, he would not have it any other way than this situation.
All I know is this. I would want to watch these two bowl each other a lot. I watched them both bowl. I've seen Nehemiah bowl a little bit more than, certainly JJ, but I've heard the name. I've watched him bowl before. This is what you want. This is what you get excited about when you talk about the future of bowling. Oh, 9-pin.
Oh.
No. Wow, what a match.
Ooh-wee. Oh, man, what a 10th frame. Wow. Well, congratulations on a great tournament from both bowlers. Nehemiah Kiefer, so impressive. J.J. Yelton, the same, and making really good shots down the stretch.
his 9th frame shot was just dead perfect to get himself, or to force really Nehemiah to throw all 3 in the 10th and set up the situation that we just watched, of course. Now back to 11, 12, 13, and 14. We continue with the U16 boys. Top 2 scores will advance to the title match. And then on 13 and 14, again coming down to the wire, Leah Hopkins, Madison Sauls, as Hopkins finds herself with a 4-bagger late. You never know what could happen, but that 9th frame shot didn't all but do it. But Madison's got to force the issue. Best she could have done was 193. All right, Liam puts his first strike on the board. For Sauls, again, she will not close this thing out, but sometimes you just need to see the magic happen. You need to see the results of the work that you put in. And I think what she did in the semifinal match in the 10th frame, really in the 8th, 9th, and 10th, was exactly what she needed to see. Meanwhile, Leah Hopkins, who went through, she came to the live stream area. In fact, it was on this pair of lanes. It was on 13 and 14. She is avenging what was her lowest score of the day. She shot 135 on 13 and 14 and has avenged that L. She was the #1 seed in U16 girls. She averaged 189.8. We are had a couple of top seeds take home titles. Nehemiah Kiefer, top seed in U14 boys. He just defeated J.J. Yelton. Xavier Martinez, top seed in U12 boys, took home the title. Jersey was the #2 seed in U12 girls. She is a champion again today.
Oh, a messenger. Hopkins on the victory lap. Take it in as you are. This is the finals match, right?
On 13 and 14?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So you are today's EYT champion. She'll have one more shot to take it all in. All smiles over there.
Well, Moreno still out there working hard against Nathan Noskowski. Uh-oh. And now Kaiden putting one in the channel here. Leah Hopkins, a solid day overall. 214, 235, 135, 182, 183. Again, that 130 was shot on 13 and 14. She comes back, avenges the loss. Or I should say not the loss, really, but just the Game 3 score. And we'll take home another EYT championship as these players get prepared for Junior Gold But seeing the results, especially going into what for most is the most difficult and biggest, most important youth championship or youth tournament of their season.
And a great day for Sauls, coming out with second place and getting there with some grit, some clutchness in the match before, as we saw. Getting all strikes, 5 in a row. So a good day for Sauls, second place, and something to build on moving forward.
So Noah was taking a moment there. Go back left. Sheen Asbra. Strike spare double. Oh my.
Oh.
When it's working, it's working. Well, this semifinal basically is really up for grabs. Oh, gosh.
Another one.
Oof. I'm hurt. I am hurt by all these A-pins. So mismakeable late here for Liam in the 6th frame. Let's go to Noah here. Van Holven gets a 10-pin to fall forward. Noah can still shoot 220. And right now, pacing in the 220s, Nathan Noskow Sakai. All right, so Nathan just left a 6-10. It is his to lose.
It's like, and I really want to make it. It's only an hour and a half-ish. You guys can prepare too much. But I'm just
No doubt, a very good spare shooter. That's always been a big strength of his game. We talked about it earlier. Now he's becoming more versatile, well-rounded bowler. Leads to some more strikes in the middle of all those spares.
There it is. Nathan Noskal Sakai just needs 4 pins, and he will take home another UIT title, the U23 division. And we go back to 11 and 12. Wait, 7 and 8 must be a little tough. That's our U18 boys. There's a 6-bagger down there from Isai Reyes, and that would be on brand as the top seed. He had a big day at plus 150, but everybody else, the other 3 players do not have a double.
Yeah, and that 6-bagger was not all that pretty, you know. So it's not looking easy on 7 and 8. I don't know what they've done over there. It was just a game or so ago where Liam had 280 going.
Nice run today, though, by Noah Moreno.
Yeah, I second that absolutely. Again, fought his way through the bracket and won in the semifinals by doubling in the 10th frame and closing out with 4 strikes in 5 frames to come away today with 2nd place. And a good game at that. 2 miscues in the 1st and 7th frame. Finishes with 208, and right there knocking on the door for a title today. But good bowling, Noah, and congratulations to Nathan.
I can't believe that Melissa just told me that this was Leah's first EYT title. I'm shocked by that, actually.
Holy cow!
I'm dead shocked.
Yeah, that's huge.
And maybe it's because I've watched her in these moments a lot. I got to start carrying my little or creating my book.
Yes, we have to have the archives brought up.
My champions book.
That's a significant win over there for Hopkins. Then congratulations once again, and she'll be excited to wait around here after the conclusion of all these matches for the awards presentation. She'll be getting a trophy.
Oh, Easton. We've seen him get going a lot, and that was huge. Put some pressure on. Actually, he's now solid. And between he, Kaiden, and Shane, and all of a sudden, Shane's done all of these things today, and it's going to come down to the 10th frame.
He will.
He will need one good shot, and assuming one good shot does leave at least a makeable spare, he will need to make said spare. So Van Holven with 213, he's in. Wilms with 209, waiting to see how Shane Ashbrough is going to handle this 10th frame. Mark in good count, and Shane is going to bowl Easton Van Holven for the U16 boys title today. Got to see it. Just like he's done all day.
Yeah. Not an easy situation, but he made it look very easy. So Shane moving on. Easton also moving on. And we are setting ourselves up for an exciting finals in just moments in the U16 boys division. We would have it no other way than with the top seeds battling against each other for the finals. So hang tight, we are getting ready for the finals in two divisions, U16 boys and U18 boys. U18 boys currently on 7 and 8 semifinals. The finals match for U16 boys right here on 11 and 12 between Shane and Easton. Opening handshake. Top seed has lane choice. And Shane elects to start the match on the left lane. So he will bowl one frame, and then Easton will step up, bowl 2 frames, and then it's 2 frames from there, alternating. Shane will end on lane 12. So as the top seed, he likely feels that the right lane is a better look than the left lane. And we turn over to 7 and 8. Where we have Reyes, staring 266 in the eyes. A really good game. And I believe that's Liam. We'll have to double check that. I think Liam is letter 8D, number and letter 8D in the driver's seat, but it's not over because I believe Michael Caldwell is right behind him. So any errors by Liam could result in Michael jumping in. The winner, well, the second highest score will advance to compete against Reyes, as he is easily in with 250. Oh. Meanwhile, we just saw Easton second frame following a strike with another solid 8-pin. So with that, Liam will be the second qualifier and face off against Reyes in the finals. So Liam with a couple of wins coming from a lower seed all the way to the finals. A good opportunity and a good match ahead of us, for that matter, in U18 division for the boys. Liam getting lined back up. He had close to 280. I believe it was in the 260s in his opening match on the same pair of lanes. So he's clawed back and went through some turbulence, but no doubt lined up again. Meanwhile, we have Shane coming up high twice with the open frame and now a spare in the second. Yeah, Shane going through the emotions right now. Battling ball reaction between urethane, and looks like he's also testing a concept. Spare is important, covers it nicely. Interesting line that Easton has been able to play now. He's gone to a urethane ball and moved left, way left than anybody that we've seen in today's event. Hey, it's working. Connected on 3 strikes and 4 frames, and a quick early lead. And a large lead at that, and growing with a double. Shane needing to find something and find it fast. Looks like he's moving left and throwing the concept. It comes up high one more time, and 3-6 makeable spare. Seems to have bailed away from the right side of the lane when he was closer to the gutter. Continues on with a nice spare. That's important.
Riley, we often see, when we get to the title match, it feels like the lanes, and there's a couple rounds that they got to get through. So the pairs are obviously consistently changing. And sometimes it can be very drastic. But it feels like Shane's room, like the area that he had earlier, has been, basically minimized to like a very thin kind of, I would call it a kind of a chute.
Yeah.
Or a tube, if you will.
Yeah.
And that tube is considerably smaller than even a game ago.
Yeah. It's you mentioned it, every shot, or alluded to it, every shot changes the lane slightly. There's been a lot of urethane going down the lane on 11 and 12 in the last hour and a half that we've been having match play. And what that does, in particular with urethane, it burns up the front part of the lane, pushes oil down, and makes the back end of the lane tighter. So where Shane used to have a little, I call it bounce, where there used to be friction to bring that urethane ball back, he's now battling carry down, where there's extra oil in the back half of the lane, which, to your point, makes his room for miss much smaller than what he had earlier. Now, looking where we are now, I mean, 2 frames ago we wouldn't have said this, but after the 7 spare and now 8 open, I think Shane just has to keep things simple, man. He had 215 the previous match, staying clean, hitting the pocket, and making a couple of 9 spares. I think he's got to understand that, hey, this at this point in the match, it's not going to take 270 to win. So I don't need to worry about what gives me an incredible strike, ball reaction. I just have to buckle down. I threw a strike in the 5th frame, stick to my previous game plan, hope to catch double, hit the pocket. Hey, and get a break. That was a huge hit. Huge hit. He went back to the urethane ball, back right, and I think that's the right move. Now you've got a double up. I think we lost the masking unit, or no? What happened there? Not the masking unit. The just a pin, I guess. Looks like the curtain or something was dropped, but just a pin is on the deck.
While we wait for that deadwood clear, quick look at. I don't know if that's the start. Maybe they got a.
I think we should be going right into it. I think there's no practice.
So Isai Reyes, young Liam put in work here.
Fix the scores.
And Liam quickly through the nose. This has turned into a one-pin match. Liam McGrury, by the way, was the 8th seed. And he is bowling the top seed, Eastside Reyes for the championship. And the 4-pin there for Van Holven. We'll keep it here for the duration because Reyes and McGrury are in the 3rd frame. Shane was in this position a month ago. He finished 2nd. I was hoping I'd see him again. And not only has he shown up, but as we like to say, he showed out. And now trying to close the door, but Van Holven, he's no stranger to winning on this tour as well. He's been in the winner's circle.
Actually has a champion's jersey on right now, courtesy of H5G. Ooh. That's a touchy line that he's playing. It worked in the previous match, and I was impressed by that. A lot of great shots. It's just, again, it's 36 feet, and he's playing the flattest part of the pattern, which means there's no forgiveness.
Nice.
Oh, huge spare.
I think he knew that when he let it go. That he had that one locked and ready.
Huge spare. Lower count, so Shane has a chance here just with the spare to take the lead by a couple of pins.
There it is on your screen.
Elite work there, bringing us the replays.
Bang. I don't know if you could hear what he said.
No, I didn't catch it.
I don't want to. It sounded like he was saying there was so much hope. Like almost he discovered something.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about. Again, the pattern has stretched out. Anything that's a little bit left is going to hit that urethane push down, the carry down that's going on. So essentially what that means is he's still throwing urethane, but instead of playing any type of hook, he's actually playing hold. So it's essentially just a change in angles. Not so wide with it, a little more trapped, we like to say.
Bang.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Just more direct, more straight through the front part of the lanes, and not as loopy and not as much, of an angle off the hands. That's the adjustment. That was it.
Players on tour, both tours in fact, often play the hold and not the friction. But they're so good, they know what to do when they see both. That was an important strike for Shane, because if he didn't strike there, Van Holven could have stepped up in the 9th and 10th, struck out, and won the match. Now, Big 10 frame. Yep.
Ooh. Wow, that's a good hit. Half pocket, really not much ball reaction going, just really playing a simple straighter, he's deeper, but it's a straighter direct line, and half hit on the pocket, but gets everything to mix up. And that was a good hit. That's one where I worry if it's going to be like honestly it could be like a 7-10 action. So fortunate to get all 10 there at the right time.
Championship match in U18 still happening.
Wow.
What a shot.
Wow. Way to buckle down. After 4 frames where, man, he was lost. 7, 8, 9, and 6 in those 4 frames to come back and have a turkey. Not only a turkey, but all great hits in the pocket. Little gamesmanship. Taking a reset. So I believe Shane needs the first one in good count.
Count is important. All right, Reyes clean through 6. We'll take you there in 1 sec. Full screen, but while we wait.
Yep, Shane must strike. Anything less on this first shot, and Easton will come away with U16 title today.
Young man shot 12.93 for 5 today. Now another situation, 1 good shot. This time he does need all 10. That's got to peel. It did.
Oh.
That ball came back from Kenosha.
Yeah, he said he was playing the hole. Well, he didn't say he's playing the hole, but we've noticed his adjustment was to play the hold, and that one maybe unintentionally played the hook, and fortunate enough, had just enough and the power to make all the pins just disappear. Head pin was flying around, making sure nothing was left. And what a great adjustment, again, dating back to the 5th frame.
Nine is good.
Yes, it is. That reaction says it all, doesn't it?
If he leaves the 10 pin there, he needs to take one. He's got to make sure he gets one to have himself a championship. Congratulations, Shane.
Wow.
You know, sometimes when we watch tournaments, obviously, right, put up a big score in the qualifying, and it doesn't always result in a title. But not today for Shane Asber. Now Reyes, bang. Isai out of Lane Tech. A couple of players from Lane bowling today. Jordan Landa, even some Lane Tech alums. Robert Scretany bowled today. All right, so Liam, who was working on a double, hard to tell with the white clash on the scoreboard there. This match is not over yet, but the 8th frame shot from Isai, and just as I say that one does not help the cause, unfortunately. 178 is now the max for Liam. He's missed a couple of single pins here in this game. Again, you could argue too, the Eliminator format too might be the most difficult. Sometimes a couple things got to go your way to get through some matches. We saw that play out. Sometimes the top seed doesn't always get to the finals, let alone win. But both Shane Asbra and perhaps Isai Reyes, all of the ability, all of the game in the world, this young man. His dad's been here. Assistant coach at Lane, Sherry Weatherly, has been here as well watching. Bang. That's what you call putting a little icing on the cake right there, Riley.
Excellent shots. And finishing first, able to seal the deal. And he was the top seed, so this is how he wanted it to unfold. He wanted ball in hand, chance to win, finishes first, finishes on his preferred lane. Oh,
how about
is that a strike? Turned into a
Yes.
strike. Sure did. And that's how, dare I say, Anchorman style, that's how the cookie crumbles. That's how the pins crumble.
Well, first replay is his 10 back on the right lane. There's your first replay. Oh, no, it's not, actually. It's that shot. Here's your shot.
And he's made a big adjustment. That's crossing the arrows between third and fourth arrow earlier in the day, and you know, throughout some of the match play portion, he was 10 boards right of that. So big adjustment to find his way last match and this match. Shows his versatility and his ability to play different parts of the lanes, and a huge win today, well deserved. I mean, just in command of his game the entire day. This was no simple feat in this title match. He went through some difficult spares. He's had 8 spare, 6 spare, 7 spare, and a split conversion. Those multi-pin spares are not easy, and he was clean for 209. That was not a walk in the park.
Liam getting set to close it out. And how about the run Liam made from the 8th spot? Right, he got into the finals by 4 pins in front of Charlie Wiedemann. And Charlie shot 221. I watched that game. That was his highest game of the block. Almost got him to the number.
Yeah, Liam turned it on in the match play portion. That's the goal. Just make the next round. And with the Eliminator finals, yeah, it gives an opportunity to any of those qualifiers to make a run at it.
All right, you know what time it is now, folks? It's time to officially crown the champions. All right, so we'll have our champions They will take photos.
Did she leave?
Again, tomorrow, it is EYT Day at the White Sox game. First pitch tomorrow at 1:10 p.m. If you'll be there, awesome. If not, maybe you can check out the game on CHSN. Watch catch the EYT group perhaps in action. If you know anybody who is interested in competing on the Elite U Tour, you can get yourself a couple bucks off your entry if you bring another individual, especially if you know some U18 girls. Would love to continue to fill that division. This week this month I should say, social change on the lanes. We were supporting veterans this month. Again, thanks to those who did bring small personal hygiene items to donate to the Hines VA Hospital. And also those who donated to Bowlers to Veterans, BVL.
I haven't even announced it yet. U12 Girls Champion, congratulations. Jersey SB.
Three in a row for Jersey Asbay.
And going 6 for 6 in the U12 boys division, Xavier Martinez gonna get a White Sox living his best life here on
That's
the
crazy.
Legion Tour. Congratulations.
6 for 6. Xavier Martinez, got to throw up the X, baby.
Congrats. Amazing. U14 champion. Congratulations, Ray Jones.
Ray Jones.
U14 boys second place. Congratulations to JJ Yelton. 17-time titleist. But don't worry, Xavier's coming for you. And the U14 boys, congratulations, Nehemiah Kiefer.
Nehemiah has 17 titles already.
Definitely gonna catch Landon Jordan.
Wow. That good. Good. 17 titles. Well, coming into today, folks, we had the EYT had given away $483,790.06. That number is going up, getting closer to $500,000.
In the U16 girls division, first-time champion Leah Hopkins.
First-time champ, Ms. Hopkins.
Oh, thank you. Wow, good eyes. Sorry. Who said that? Is it you?
champion. Put a hurting on the pins today.
Come on, Mama. Proud Mom. I love it. That was his day for sure. 299. You'll be able to get these. Thank you so much. Guys, don't leave them. Okay. You 18 girls, she's been waiting a long time. To be awarded this award. Congratulations, Sarah Doty. How many? 10-time champion.
10-time champion Sarah Doty. U18 girls had a lower entry count today, so the champion was decided by the high qualifier, which was Sarah Doty.
U18 boys, congratulations, Matthew Roman.
Matthew Roman.
Are there 2 T's in the name? U18 boys, tying for 3rd and 4th, Rush Speed, and 5th and 6th, Dylan Malone, and 2nd place, Liam Drury. So many first-time champions in U18 boys. First EYT title ever. Isai Reyes, congratulations.
Isai.
Did it. In the U23 division, earning 2nd place, Noah Moreno. Congratulations. Got it? Okay. Congrats. Good job. And U23 champion. How many is this for you? How many have you won? 5-time champion, maybe? Nathan Naskal Sakai, congratulations.
5-time champion Nathan Naskal Sakai. Again, the next EYT
All right, Mikey, the
is
champion
in
match.
August. It will start the new season. It will be the Storm Elite Challenge. It'll be August 8th
He said,
at Poplar Creek Bowl. Again, August 8th at Poplar Creek Bowl.
the EYT last July was in. They contacted me. The email was the subject of urgent, and they're like, "We have his certificate." I think they thought, did they get? They haven't got it. Oh, I was like, okay. I was like, he has money. Like, I don't know if they thought.
Battle Royale will then take place September 12th and 13th at Strike and Spare 2. And then in October, which is a new event, or not a new event, excuse me. You'll be striking against breast cancer Elite Open. And then later in October, just I think actually 1 week later, there is a mixed doubles event, a youth mixed doubles, that will also support striking against breast cancer. So it's essentially the youth version of the Lucy that will take place in a couple weeks. So that's what's coming up on the EYT schedule. November, back at River Rand Bowl. And then the Bowlapalooza Holiday Doubles and the Trios Team Cup on December 12th. This is my favorite part. Whenever someone asks me to be funny, I have nothing for them. So if I ever won and they said be funny, I'll just be like, I don't know what to do. Be funny. Okay. I'm always interested in what kids come up with to be funny. There's the next event on the right side of your screen. Again, the Storm Elite Challenge. Big thanks to Storm. Day one sponsor of the Elite U Tour. That's actually kind of cool. Okay. Thank you to Nora. Full screen. Storm Elite Challenge. Poplar Creek Bowl. We will see you there in August. Until then, no event in July, but everybody's event, of course, is Junior Gold. So good luck to all of our participants, all of the EYT athletes who will be lacing them up in Minnesota. And folks, if you want to watch Junior Gold, you can. Select lanes and coverage will be available on Bowl TV, not Bowl Stream TV, but Bowl TV. If you happen to be going to Junior Gold, stop on. If you're stopping by or you got an athlete bowling at AMF Southtown, I will be there on behalf of Bowl TV. I'll be there all week, so be sure to say hello. And then if not, I'll see you folks in August. Until then, I want to thank our wonderful staff and crew, of course. Riley Smith, Megan Smith, Jawan, Steve, Aretha, of course, Deandra, Nora, and Corbin. And I think that was our staff for today. And those who couldn't be with us, Melanie, Beverly, and everybody in between. I want to thank everybody here at Centennial Lanes 2.0, from Bev to Bernie to Steve-O in the back, one of our mechanics. We appreciate everybody here. Great work as always. We'll see you in August. Until then, you guys be safe, be well. If you're going to the White Sox game, enjoy tomorrow. Enjoy the weather wherever you may be. This has been a presentation of the Dexter Elite Open. Thank you to Dexter. Thank you to H5G, Storm, Turbo, Gail Volschel, and Fast Track Physio, and of course, Boldstream TV. Now, with all of that said, have a safe and wonderful couple of months. We'll see you at Junior Gold.